Hello, everybody. Welcome back again today for the third time this week. How are y'all doing? Hi, just getting my links together. So today, a bit different than yesterday. Rather than going through a bunch of links, we do have Kamala Harris speaking in just under an hour in Washington, D.C. at Ellipse Park or Ellipse, at Ellipse, that's all it says. I have no idea. It's the same place that Donald Trump spoke to incite January 6th, so that's going to be interesting. Probably the only interesting bit, considering it's quite boring to watch Kamala Harris speak, but this is the closing remarks section of the campaign. This is her final big rally speech before the election, so who knows? It could be somewhat interesting. But besides that, we also have Trump talking in Mar-A-Lago, which we'll get to eventually. But since we have the first hour up until this speech starts, and I wanted to cover something that happened yesterday. Oh, hello, M. Cater. M. Qatar? Cater? Qatar? I don't know. How do you like it? One or two? Cater or Qatar? You let me know. So since we're talking about election fraud lately. In fact, the last two streams have been pretty heavily based on election interference, election fraud, claims of crimes being committed around the election, as well as actual evidence of such. So this came out just today. A former Republican candidate charged for stealing Madison County election ballots. So this guy, the former candidate running for an Indiana seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, has been arrested and charged with stealing several election ballots during a recent voting machine test. Larry L. Savage Jr., a candidate in the Republican 5th District primary held earlier this year, was arrested Tuesday morning by Madison County authorities and charged with destroying/misplacing a ballot and theft. He's since been released on a $500 cash bond. First off, why do Republicans keep cheating? Why do they feel the need to keep cheating while screaming about possibility of the left cheating, which there's been no evidence of? Well, it's because they're riled up to do so. All of these, like this guy thinks that if Kamala Harris wins, then it's the end of the world. Like he would be the type of, rather actually, who knows? He was running for Congress, so maybe he was in on it. Maybe he was a grifter. But the average American, the average guy like this, living in Indiana or anywhere else in the country, doesn't believe that the system is working correctly and is not corrupt to begin with, so they feel like they need to fight fire with fire. And again, this is rhetoric that's manufactured. Quote, "You shouldn't trust the system because I, a Republican, just cheated," by Vosh. Well, I mean, again, that kind of is the point, isn't it? That's also another benefit of them doing this, is other Republicans point to this and forget the fact that, this is a Republican doing the action. It's, oh, well, the election is being stolen and there's like all of these fraud claims. Never mind the fact that it's Republicans doing it. They can still point to the Republicans doing it and claim it was the Democrats, because again, we don't have a immediate environment based in reality. We don't have our election and the discourse around it based in any form of reality. So court documents show county officials began testing voting machines at 10 a.m. on October 3rd, an open event to the public. People can come see. This was actually done probably to try and ease some of the worries people have around the election. Several citizens attended the test and were allowed to run test ballots through the machines assigned to their county. Despite being marked tests, the ballots were still officially tracked and counted by the state and included real candidate names as well as differing votes. After testing, officials found one straight Republican ballot and one write-in ballot were missing. A review of the security footage, which was subsequently being live streamed online, showed Savage handling the two missing ballots, and he can also be heard confirming with an election official that these are, quote, absolutely, totally real ballots. In the video, Savage can be seen looking around the room before folding up the 2 ballots and putting them in his sweatshirt pocket. What is it also with Republicans that when they commit crimes, they don't think about the fact that they're being filmed and this is being put on the internet? I mean, I suppose after January 6th rather, led to not quite enough consequences, really not much. I mean, some people did go to jail. We did, I think we put 700 people in prison, but not for very long and not nearly enough of them. So this essentially did not create this thought process in the Republican Party of, hey, well, maybe we should try and not record the crimes that we commit. They didn't face any consequences, which honestly I'm a little thankful for. Just otherwise they'd be doing all of this stuff in secret, which they already do, and we wouldn't know as much about it. I'm thankful that they're at the very least stupid in the way that they commit their crimes. After this, Savage is seen leaning over a woman in attendance and saying, "Fucked up the count." Less than 10 minutes later, Savage is seen leaving the building and showing a man the ballots in his pocket. They really just cannot help showing it off, huh? The cheating has begun, 3 ballots short. Oh, he himself is pretending that someone else is doing this as he's doing it. Great, that's not surprising at all. After leaving, Savage reportedly joined the women's Facebook Live on his Card Killer 57 account and commented several things, including 3 ballots short, don't take anything. These comments can be seen below. Well, the fact that he's out on a $500 bond, which is nothing, is ridiculous. This guy was not just he's not a random citizen that did this. He's not a random Republican who, sits and watches Fox News and thought, maybe the election is rigged. Let's go to the testing of the voting machines and then did something stupid. No, this was a guy who ran for government, who knew what this was, knew what he was doing, and then deliberately went out of his way to do it, and then afterward pretend that it was the Democrats doing something nefarious, or that the election poll workers were in their own way nefarious, or were working with the Democrats. Just constant conspiracy theories, and none of them have to line up, whether the poll workers are nefarious or whether the poll workers are corrupt or whether the poll workers are just fine, they're proper American citizens, but the machines are messed up, as they did back in 2020 with the Dominion voting machines, or that, the Democrats are interfering. There are endless conspiracy theories that they all simultaneously believe, and only stop believing one when another one is proven to be more likely or is getting more attention. This guy should go to prison for election interference. Absolutely. He should absolutely go to prison for election interference. 10 years minimum, honestly. At this point, 10 years for election interference. That's what I think is required at a minimum. And that is harsh, obviously, but we're not talking, again, about a random Republican. This is a man who tried to run for government office and did this knowingly and deliberately with a plan to use his actions afterward in his own malicious and nefarious plan to spread misinformation. That falls in that fills in every box for me that says this guy should be in prison for a very, very, very long time. The Republicans will use this as justification to blame the Democrats despite being a Republican. Well, absolutely. He was already doing this. He did this himself. As we saw just in the article, he left with the ballots and then joined a Facebook Live talking about how there was missing ballots. Well, I would say that this is just how it goes, but it's not, and it's going to get worse. And you'd think that, a week off, how much worse could it get? We just had the Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden. They're still going. Well, guess what happened today? Fun times. Steve Bannon has been released from prison after serving his 4-month sentence for contempt of Congress, which was refusing a subpoena for the January 6th committee, I believe. We'll see if it's hurting Republicans. Well, you can't impeach Trump because he's not the president. F1 2022. He's a criminal. He shouldn't be president again, but you can't impeach him when he's not the president.
Trump advisor.
Oh, whoops. Hold on. I have the source wrong. Let's put it here. Here we go.
Podcast host Steve Bannon was released from a federal prison in Connecticut this morning. It comes just days ahead, of course, of the presidential election.
Bannon is the former chief strategist for the Trump White House. He has now completed his almost 4-month sentence stemming from his conviction on contempt charges.
Now, remember, the contempt charges are nothing here. Steve Bannon is the man who made Nazis in America feel comfortable openly being Nazis. He's the guy who's responsible for Charlottesville. He's the guy who's partially responsible for the Stop the Steal, for the Stop the Count, for a lot of the misinformation around election fraud. It's all him. The Nazi rally, there's a call for Trump to apologize. Even the Archbishop is calling him out. Yeah, but Trump will never apologize. Trump has not... There's very few instances of him backing down from a prior position. Even if it makes him look bad, he's much more likely to double down. He very much believes that all publicity is good publicity, even if it's bad publicity. Anyway, so they released him from prison. Well, yes, it's hurting his numbers in Manhattan. And actually, we're going to get into the amount of Puerto Ricans in the United States that may just have switched to either not voting or voting for Trump to Kamala Harris, which it would be incredibly funny if Donald Trump lost the election, both the popular vote and the Electoral College, because of that one particular comedian making the Puerto Rico joke at his rally. That would be immaculate. However, I don't know. That's getting into a bit of a copium corner of the room. I fear Trump will win in a landslide. Kamala is a weak candidate. We need a pure socialist candidate. Well, I mean, I agree that we need socialism and that Kamala is a weak candidate. I'm not sure Trump will win in a landslide. I think if he wins electorally, like if they win outright with the popular vote and the Electoral College, or just the Electoral College, it won't be by a huge margin. And it's much more likely that they're going to try and win by cheating, which, I mean, they're already cheating anyway. They're cheating in all of these different states and all of the swing states. I've covered multiple times. But I'm not sure that it's going to be... I'm not sure the actual election is going to have any impact on whether who becomes president is decided. You know, it's going to go to the courts, it's going to go to Congress. They're going to do literally everything that they can to take the power away from the American people. And Steve Bannon is one of the chief architects of this, because what did he do immediately after leaving prison?
He was convicted for contempt of Congress in 2022 after he defied a subpoena from the House committee that was investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Came with a $6,500 fine. At the time, Bannon said he had no regrets.
I'm proud of going to prison. If this is what it takes to stand up to the Garland, corrupt, criminal DOJ, if this is what it takes to stand up to Nancy Pelosi, if this is what it takes to stand up to...
Like, look at him. He's full of... He knows that he's full of shit, but it doesn't matter.
To Joe Biden, I'm proud to do it.
Now, Bannon plans to hold a press conference later today here in New York City. NBC News.
And he did exactly that.
Closing argument that it's time to turn the page away from the divisiveness that led to January 6th. I want to make two important notes. One of the officers who was attacked on that day will be back on the job at Kamala.
Oh, wait, hold on. This is fucking... The first part of this is talking about Kamala Harris's speech, which is important, but we'll get to that. And F-122, Kamala became the candidate because she was the easiest person to make the candidate. Biden's campaign had hundreds of millions of dollars that could not have transferred to any other candidate except for Kamala Harris because she was already on the ticket. And whereas, like, I would have preferred even Tim Walz as a better candidate, we're not going to vote in a socialist, F-122. I need you to understand, if you want socialism, do not expect it to come from the top down. Good, positive change never, ever, ever comes from the top down. It's from the bottom up. You want socialism? I want socialism. We have to do it. We have to enter politics to do it. You have to run for your state legislature or governor or House of Representatives and work your way up. You have to get your friends to join government with you, and we have to take over the Democratic Party just the same way that the fascists did with the Republicans. It does work. It's exactly correct. And we've seen it work with the fascists on the other side. We just need to counter what they're doing by doing so ourselves with good, with. Well, yes, but that's because Democrats don't really care. You understand that America is a leftist country, and the only reason that the Republicans have this much power is because most Democrats don't vote, whereas most Republicans do. It is partially our fault for not voting, but it's also a system that is constructed to be this way. People are disincentivized from voting regularly. In fact, actually, it's a good point, Stalin. Part of the reason why young people don't want to vote is because they dropped Bernie. They actively cheated to drop Bernie and make Clinton the nominee in 2016. They admitted it. I mean, Donna Brazile stepped down because they cheated to make Hillary the nominee. And that disincentivized a lot of young people from wanting to pay attention to politics anymore. And that was the Democrats' fault. But also, this is a system. You understand this, right? The media, the Democrats, and the Republicans are all functioning within this framework, and this framework is created to increase the power of Midwestern rural Americans, generally Republicans, and decrease the power of Democrats. That's even the whole point of the Electoral College, is to give the states that have less residents, the generally red states, a higher degree of importance in elections. It was made to appease the slave states, but essentially, that's the purpose. You're not going to like any American politician's stance on Israel, F-122. You're not going to. It's not going to change. They literally cannot say the wrong thing anyway, because like Bernie Sanders is not pro-Netanyahu. He's not pro-genocide, but he is pro the existence of Israel. At least he says so. In comparison to the rest, yes. But he's not perfect. But American politicians won't even call it a genocide because not only are their necks on the line and their re-election on the line, but American foreign policy, which the president doesn't set, they have influence over, but they don't get to decide, says this is the way that we're going. And this is the way that we're going. The point here isn't even supporting Israel, it's fighting against Iran. Now, from the Democrat side, we don't actually want to fight Iran. We just want to maintain our global hegemony and stop them from gaining power. We use them as a scapegoat. Iran isn't really... thanks for the follow. And oops, I have two of these up. Iran isn't a threat to the United States, but Israel is a threat to the United States. Israel is the one who pushes us towards a conflict with Iran. Donald Trump wants us to go to war with Iran to support Israel. And the right is pushing significantly harder in that direction. At this point, you don't want the genocide to happen, neither do I. Who is the easier opponent to go up against to stop this? The guy who wants to use the US military to quell dissidents, to shoot protesters, to go after Marxists and socialists specifically? Or do you want to go after the weak lib who will not do anything herself, but will provide an environment in which we, the people, can rally for change? We can move the Democrats. We're not moving the Republicans away from like the Nazi right. Well, yes, but this was prior. So here's a little fact that most people, should know. The Democrats used to basically be the Republicans, and then we flipped. It's called the Southern Strategy. And the Republicans at the time, prior to the Southern Strategy, in which they tried to go after the votes of Southerners, essentially, this is post-Civil War, became much more pro-racism, pro-slavery, whereas the Democrats, who at the time were the party of slavery, were the people, in the KKK, moved away. Moved away to different policies, moved to the left. The parties shifted entirely in that time period. And part of it had to do with Lincoln, because Lincoln, was a Republican, but we consider him the type of president that you would think is a Democrat. It's a whole complicated thing. I could go into the history of it, but I'm not an expert on Reconstruction era United States history, even though I kind of really should be. But that's not the point. Again, the point here is if you want change, you have to do it. You want good change, it has to come from the bottom up. And if you want to stop the genocide, Kamala Harris is the only viable option because she's the weaker opponent. She's the one that's not going to kill you for trying. She's not going to send you to the camps, whereas Donald Trump will.
To stop the certification of the election.
So anyway.
Also today, known agitator Steve Bannon has been released from prison. This picture taken by our next guest, capturing his early moments of freedom. It comes in the closing days of a campaign that has been so strongly defined by the issue of democracy, and with questions about whether he'll head straight to a Trump rally in Pennsylvania to further fan the flames.
He did not head straight to the rally. What instead he did was he held a press conference where some actually kind of funny shit happened. Yeah, I want to buy this guy a beer. I agree.
That's what I wanted.
This press conference was horrible, by the way.
I'm wondering when's the next insurrection, and can we storm the Burger King after this? Like, can we do that? I mean, doesn't he look great now?
This is like, can you get this guy away from me? Like, take him away from the camera? It's so funny.
And Danbury the first month together. He looks great. You don't remember me? We were lifting weights and stuff in the weight room. When's the next insurrection? How are we going to do this and stuff, man? You know what? If I'm leaving, I'm having a good time. He looks like Yoda with AIDS right now. Robbie Rhodes, Stephen, no political violence, people. This place smells like mothballs.
This place smells like mothballs. Imagine like you just get out of federal prison. You've been in federal prison for 4 months, where essentially you become he was already a Nazi, but you become friendly with in prison neo-Nazi gangs, because we knew from reports of him in prison that he was hanging out with that clique. And then you come out and you try and do a press release like this, and people are making fun of you. Good. Make fun of these people. That's how you fight fascism. Calling them dangerous and calling them Nazis and evil and fascist is good when you're trying to get people on the left on board with your points. It's not good when you're actively fighting against the fascist. The only thing that a fascist responds to is being called cringe, is being called weak, is being called laughable. That is what they hate more than anything. So I disagree entirely with your perspective on the ideal model of communism and socialism, Stalin, but we know this. This is not the stream to have this discussion. We can do it tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be Halloween, and I'm doing chill stuff. I think we were going to explain sexual fluidity to a chatter that I started to yesterday, and it was going on too long, so I decided, no, we'll do that tomorrow. We can throw in the actual ideology about socialism in there as well. Oh, it looks like the Kamala Harris rally has started, but it's not Kamala Harris talking yet, so I'm going to keep that open so we can pay attention to what's happening there and put it on when she starts talking. But I do want to cover this. This happened today. 11 investigations of a Sandusky County judge accused of sexualizing courthouse workplace. So this is going to be part of my segment on the Republicans hate women. They really, 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 really hate women, and they will go out of their way to show this to you. So first of all, we can see through this investigation that complaints filed with the county alleged that Ikes, so the actual judge, John Ikes, and his bailiff, would show women in the office pictures of women in bikinis and skirts, commented that he needed a 20-year-old girlfriend and that his wife wouldn't mind, commented that he wanted to lick a woman's earrings because they look like lollipops, commented that he was disappointed to be only able to briefly watch a female employee walk by in her dress, commented on how a young attorney was sitting in a sexual manner, exposed his calves on multiple occasions, and massaged them with lotion while moaning and looking at female employees. This is disgusting incel shit. This man is a judge. A judge. An actual judge. He should not be. This is not even disgusting. This is just disturbing. This is cringe incel shit. How, first of all, like the 20-year-old girlfriend comment just ties into the pedocon theory, because again, like these people are often pedophiles and are often... Where is that sound coming from?
The sound of gunshots is something you expect to hear at a gun...
Excuse me. I did not play a video. You can see oftentimes these people are... Yeah, it's weird. It's really fucking weird. Show me the video.
We first told you at noon about Delta Police Chief Robert Austin resigning after 11 Investigates team discovered that he was married to 2 women at the same time. But before going to Delta, Austin was responsible for receiving an excessive force incident in Sylvania Township in 2022. He initially found nothing wrong with it, but the woman sued the township. We can now tell you that the township and Caitlin Taylor have settled the lawsuit for $225,000. Lead investigator Brian Duggar joins us in studio with more on that and Austin's resignation. Brian?
Yes, I learned about that settlement at the same time I was talking to people about Austin's resignation. And that resignation took place after we discovered he was married to 2 separate women at the same time.
Again, this is not a new thing. This doesn't just pop up. These people have been in place, been in these positions for, look at this is a decade at the very least.
Clark County, Nevada, from November 13, 2014. The clerk's office confirmed that he married Marina Adara a day later in Las Vegas.
I don't think defunding the police is the way to go, F-122. I've explained before that we need to change what the police is. They're not meant to just be law enforcement. The police should be your community helper. The police should be, their job should not be to just look out for criminals. That should be a part of their job, an aspect, but not even the main part of their job. Their main part of their job is to be available in the community for people who need help. You moving into your new house and you don't have friends, you should be able to call your local police department to come help you. Well, yes, this is closer to anarchy. I'm a libertarian socialist, which will tell you all you need to know about that. But the entire structure of what we have as the police is quite new. It didn't used to be this way. Now, the police in America were never good, but they were better than this. They used to be more community helping oriented. Now, obviously, this benefited white Americans much more than any other group in America, but this system is not an unreasonable system to have. The militarization of the police is what led to, so we needed to not just be for white people, Stalin, that's kind of it. Demilitarize the police and then change their job to be the community helper. We don't have all that much crime. Crime has been going down for years. We have lower crime now than we have in any point in human history as a world, statistically. It's not about crime. It's about helping people. That should be the police's job. Anyway, let's see this judge. The judicial system, I'm usually pretty on board with. I like our judicial system. We need some tweaks and changes to it, obviously, but...
Maggie until May 12, 2015.
What is up with my video?
Turned over to village administrator Andy Glenn. He confronted Austin with the information. He not only did not...
Okay, I'm confused as to why my internet is doing this right now. Maybe it's because I have this live speech on. Sorry, guys.
But he resigned immediately. Delta provided the following statement. We had confidence in the job Robert Austin did for us until...
Fuck you. You want to see some of this shit? Oh, wait, sorry. That's the wrong one. But fuck it. We're still on Republicans hate women. This is good enough. So this is a former White House personnel director under Trump. He's linked to Project 2025, and he is slated for a huge role if Trump is to win. This is the fourth instance this week that I've seen this exact sentiment from the right.
They misunderstood. When we said we wanted male-only voting, we meant male, M-A-L-E. So
they hate women. They just hate women. It's not self-hate. It's mind control. It's misinformation. F-122. Most Republican women don't believe that they want this. The thing is, how can you believe anything when you wake up in the morning and until the moment you go to bed, you are consuming propaganda that is meant to convince you that A, the other side wants to kill you, wants to destroy your country, to destroy your culture, and will end the world. They want to take away women's suffrage. Absolutely. They 1-to-1. There is no question about this. They have said it on multiple occasions in different ways. They fucking hate women. It's not just about suffrage. The whole point is controlling women. These people are Nazis. Again, well, not all of them, but most of them on the leadership side are either Nazis or they're Christian nationalists that are essentially Nazis but Christian. They align very closely. So part of that foundation of this belief is misogyny. Third time's the charm, 3 strikes you're out, swing and a miss and a hit, please someone shoot him again. No, do not, and no Fed posting. I told you, do not Fed post. And you are getting a nothing. Fine. I'm not gonna punish you this time. Do not Fed post. You can't say shit like that, all right? You just can't. Not in a live stream. You can't do it in Hassan's chat. You can't do it in Vosh's chat. You'll get banned. You're lucky that I'm not banning you, and I'm just giving you a warning. For whatever reason that may be, it's not okay to advocate for violence. It's not legal either. Oh, that's actually true, M. Qatar. Isn't today the Independence Day for Turkey, actually? Ataturk was a good dude, Again, this is back in the day when a good dude was just not great. Well, yes, revolution is Fed posting Stalin. It is. I'm sorry, you're not allowed to do it in my chat. You can't. Don't do it again. But yeah, Ataturk was good. Turkey's a shithole now, but that's not his fault. It's the religious extremists that took power and then took away the rights of people in Turkey and then are continuing to push for a theocratic rule. It's kind of already a theocratic rule at this point. Erdogan's been in charge for as long as Putin has. They're the same thing. Fascist everywhere in the world. The one thing that I'll at least give Erdogan as props is that he's not a Nazi, which isn't a high bar, I guess, but it seems like every other fucking world leader wants to lean into the Nazi shit these days. Anyway, speaking of how much these people hate women...
One thing you hear me say a lot on this show is that abortion is healthcare. It is needed and used safely and routinely in both emergency and non-emergency situations to preserve the health, lives, and livelihoods.
I don't know all that much about Ataturk, or I know a decent amount of Turkish history, but yeah, I'm an enjoyer. He's better than, the Ottoman Empire. It's better than what Turkey has now. It's better than most of what's going on in the region and in the world today. I'm sorry, but, liberalism is still better than neoconservative, neoliberal fascism or Nazism, any of the above, which we have moved significantly away from. Ataturk was just a liberal. And compared to what we have now, liberals are all right. I can work with the liberal. Socialism grows best under a liberal democracy. Well, obviously, but if you want to bring it to that point, then you're never going to be satisfied. F-122, nobody will ever be radical enough for you except for the people who will trick you into thinking that their radical ideas are a good thing. You don't want a radical movement. You want radical ideas, sure, but when, like, this is why I disagree with Stalin on his revolution take. Let's bring it to this specifically, right? If we do a revolution because we want abortion rights, if all the women in America come together and we stand up and we do, like, I don't know, a general protest and then a violent revolution, do you think if we were to succeed in that, that would end up with the outcomes that we wanted? When is a violent revolution only ever, like, when has it ever led to good outcomes? Because during a violent revolution, during a insurrection, for example, the ideals of people get mixed around. And it's not about who has the best ideas. Well, I disagree with Leninism. Leninism is, like, Marxist-Leninism is just red fascism in my personal, like, perspective and, you know, factually. So a violent revolution has never, ever resulted in the outcomes of the common person, the good desires, the positive changes being implemented before the power structures are. It is always the strongest in the revolution that will take power. Lenin had some good ideas prior to his revolution, and then he became corrupted by the power that he gained during the revolution. They did not lean into socialism or communism. They leaned into their own desires, and it fucked up. That's why a violent revolution never actually works. Seizing the means of production can be done electorally. It does work. It's never been tried properly, Stalin. You can absolutely, through electoralism, institute socialist policies and socialism. Look at what happened with FDR. You think the New Deal wasn't what we would consider socialist policies? It absolutely was. That was done through electoralism. FDR, Stalin. I mean, also, even just look at Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the best president for labor unions since FDR. That is also a socialist aspect. We have moved the Democratic Party to the left a little on some social policies. Bernie Sanders made a huge change on that. Now, has it been enough? Not even close. But has there been energy and a push from the left to do this? No. The left is only screaming about Gaza, which rightly so, but we have not done anything. The left for the last year has not made any actual change because all we do is yell and scream about how the Democrats are shit. We don't do anything to try and fix them. Why are the fascists in charge of the Republican Party now? Why 10 years ago wasn't the Republicans weren't like this? It's because they were radicalized from the bottom up and became this structure. We can do this with socialism. Well, obviously you fight against the bourgeoisie, but have you read Marx, Stalin? Marx said that socialism grows best in a bourgeois democracy. That's literally Marx. Again, like, we're getting into the wrong topic here. This is much more exciting, but we got some important shit to cover because, you know, the election is 6 and just a little over days away. I think 6 and a couple hours. So the possible outcomes of this election are
of women.
This.
And we've seen what happens when it's banned. Forced birth is dangerous. It's even deadly for women. But there's another less talked about consequence of post-Roe America, and that is the criminalization.
It's only impossible if you think it's impossible. If you let them convince you that it's impossible, then it's impossible. Get out on the street and make it happen. And don't fucking call me a Dem Soch. I'm a libertarian socialist. I just don't believe that violence will ever result in good outcomes. Your revolution, if followed through on, if we got the Stalin did nothing wrong revolution in the United States, we would not end up better off. We would just end up with red fascism, as they did in the Soviet Union. It's not like they ended up successful.
In much the same way that we've seen all manner of pregnant, miscarrying, and postpartum women suffer dangerous health consequences at the hands of indiscriminate and cruel abortion bans, the legal consequences of criminalizing abortion are broad as well. You can't criminalize women's health care without criminalizing women.
That's kind of the point, though, isn't it?
A disturbing new report reveals that criminal prosecutions targeting pregnant women for their conduct during pregnancy surged to a record high in the year following the Supreme Court's Dobbs ruling.
Conduct during pregnancy. What is conduct during pregnancy? We need to protect the gains won by the proletariat. That's the point of Lennonism. Yeah, but that didn't work, did it?
Wade. Between June 2022 and June 2023, more than 200 pregnant people faced charges, marking the highest number of such cases ever recorded in a single year, going back to 1973.
200 people charged for endangering their fetus while pregnant. Now, first of all, like, obviously there are ways to actually, like, harm your developing child, and those are wrong. This is not that. This is first of all, criminalizing something like that is insane. It's genuinely, like, batshit crazy. That is a social issue, not a legal criminal issue. If people are, like, smoking while they're pregnant, that's a social issue, not a criminal issue. This has nothing to do with that, though. This is just insane. Again, pregnant women are being jailed for miscarrying.
According to a report by the reproductive rights nonprofit organization Pregnancy Justice. This is not just women being prosecuted for abortion. This is women being charged for behavior that is seen as endangering a pregnancy. The report links the rise in pregnancy-related criminalization to the radical legal doctrine of fetal personhood, a central objective of the anti-abortion movement and most abortion bans. Fetal personhood extends the legal definition of person to fetuses or even embryos, including in the context of the 14th Amendment, which grants equal protection under the law. And once legal rights are granted to a fetus, legal scrutiny can extend far beyond anti-abortion laws, enabling the surveillance of pregnant women.
This is the same rationale that was used to go after the person who accidentally knocked over a vial of, like, frozen eggs in a clinic in Alabama, and they got charged with, I think, manslaughter. It changes the care you get, and if it's done in a motel and a clinic. Well, yes. Well, also beyond that, it does reduce whether you can even see a doctor. Most doctors are afraid to even go near abortion now because they can be legally liable in some states. This is absolutely an attack on women as a whole and women's health, but it just feeds into the larger push of they hate women and want us to be objects. Again, what is one of the largest portions of the MAGA movement? It is the manosphere people, the people who watch Andrew Tate, who watch J.D. Vance and Elon Musk and Donald Trump talk about women the way that they do. Why are men even allowed to vote on this? Why is this even up to a vote? Is a better question. And yes, it's because they're incels.
Women's behavior from the moment of conception.
It's incels and it's the Christian extremists. Don't forget, there is a line between them. Most of these people are loser incels, but a portion of them are just Christian extremists that don't think that women are equally people to men. And those are the ones that are pushing the hardest for this. The incels laugh at this shit and they like, yeah, support it. But it's not the people that are bringing these laws out. It's not the people that are lobbying state congresses and state legislatures and the federal government to try and make this happen. Those are the literal demons that are religious nut jobs. They're extremists and they're essentially domestic terrorists, I would say.
Conception. This has an impact not only on those seeking abortions, but also women undergoing IVF, women who are experiencing miscarriages or dealing with the health complications.
And see, the IVF thing really shows that my point is true. This isn't about protecting babies or even really abortion. It is a religious desire to control women, and also their religion goes into the IVF. That's why they want IVF banned, is because the Christian extremists think that that's, against God. These are the people that want to ban contraception. They don't think you should be able to buy condoms, or let alone go on the pill or the morning after pill, which, they obviously want banned. They care all the way until you're out of the womb, and after that, they'll let you be poor and homeless, or they'll bomb you or enslave you. Remember, because that is still on the table here. What do you think happens if they were to take women's ability to control our bodies and our ability to vote away? It would be essentially women are slaves again. When you can't vote, they will take back the ability, they'll reverse the ability for women to be able to go get a bank account. And then suddenly you're entirely reliant on men, which is exactly what they want. This is the men that really look like don't actually want a trad wife to come to them. They want to find a woman who's strong and independent and break her into a trad wife. It's these types of people. Well, this is fascism. F1 2022. This is the Christian nationalist fascist side of the party, not the Nazi side of the party, because the Nazi side of the party is going to jump on top of this trend by saying, all right, now we need a federal program to increase birth rates. And knowing the creeps that are on that side of the aisle, it'll be Hitler's Youth type shit. It'll be the government will, I don't know, try and incentivize women to have white babies or some shit eventually, obviously not day one type things here, but this is the obvious plan that they have laid out in detail in videos and documents and speeches. They have explained exactly what they want to do. I'm sorry, but Marxist-Leninists are red fascists. I will call them that because they are. It definitionally. If you don't like the words that I use, go look up the definitions. Words have meanings, man. I'm willing to work with anyone that isn't a Nazi to fight the Nazis. But when it comes down to socialism, I disagree with you both entirely. That's just a later problem. They're going to just eventually farm women for children making and rearing. Yes, Sweetie Pete, that is the plan. Fascism is not Hitler. Hitler is Nazism. Fascism is Stalin and Mao and Mussolini, and I can keep going. Look up the meanings of these words. Words have definitions, in fact.
Threaten a pregnancy. In Alabama, Oklahoma, and South Carolina, states where fetal personhood is enshrined in law, pregnant women faced more prosecutions. In fact, most prosecutions documented in the report did not actually involve abortion at all. Of the 200 cases, only one was prosecuted under a law specifically meant to criminalize abortion. The others involved statutes related to child abuse, neglect, or endangerment, which treat an embryo or a fetus as a person with legal rights.
Of course, they have to make it worse than just, an abortion. They have to bring it. The fascist needs to do this, to demonize their opposition to the point where it is unconscionable to believe in them. Look, I agree that MLs on the far right have different goals, but they have a lot in common, and I don't agree with the way to go about making those changes. I don't agree with much of that ideology. I don't agree with how to make the changes. It's not why communists can't organize. In fact, I'm much better than most of the left on this, because if you were in Hassan's chat or Vosh's chat saying exactly what you're saying, you would just get banned. We don't organize with people that we disagree with on the left. And I've talked about this being a problem as well. The reason people like this, the reason these fucking laws keep getting passed is because the left won't work together, is because the disagreements that you and I have stop most people from being able to work together on the left. I get called a genocide supporter by the left for saying you should vote for Kamala Harris. Yes, the whole left thinks that they're better than the whole left, and that is our problem. And that problem comes from the fact that leftists have morals and ethics and beliefs, whereas the right doesn't, which is why they're able to coalesce so easily into their fascist movement and take over the Republican Party, whereas we have infighting because we have morals and ethics and we don't agree with each other. Demonizing you is not what I'm doing there. I'm using a factual, definite word that defines your ideology. That is not demonization. Demonization would be me saying that you're in favor of 20 million people dying because you like Stalin. That would be demonization. That's obviously not true. That is the same thing that, let's say, the super pro-Palestine but anti any actual electoralism people would call me. They would call me a genocide supporter. That's demonizing to essentially make a political point. I'm just using words that mean what they mean. There are definitions of political words and ideologies and belief systems. We know what they are. You can't call it demonizing to use the definition of a word. That's part of the issue as well, is you guys get too offended. Like, chill. It doesn't matter if he intended or not. That is the outcome. Your intentions don't matter when you're talking about running a country and the outcomes that happen. Your intentions don't matter at that point at all. You can have the best intentions. In fact, I even said Lenin had some good intentions and some good thoughts, but then he was corrupted by power. And that's how this always works. It's how it's always worked. You can't take power from the top. Sorry. You have to do it from the bottom. It's the only way it works. I was going to save this until after Kamala Harris talks, but I really do want to talk about this specifically. This really pissed me off and probably pissed a lot of people off. I'm sure some of you have seen this already. So this happened on CNN yesterday. And let's have a look. Hold on. Is there subtitles here? Because there is a lot of people talking.
Table. Yeah. And people will sit there and you've been called an anti-Semite more than anyone else's table. Yeah. And people will sit there and no, by me. I never called you an anti-Semite. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians, so I'm used to it.
Yeah, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that
you just say I should die.
You guys heard that, right? You're paying attention? Let me play that again.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that
you just say I should die.
You should not.
No,
this is essentially this man saying you're Hezbollah because you support the Palestinians and you're a terrorist and I hope that you die. That is what he said. It is objectively what he said. There is no other way to interpret this statement. Again, let's start from the beginning.
Stop doing
If you don't want to be called a Nazi, stop doing Nazi things, is what Mehdi Hassan says. And the response is...
Anti-Semite more than anyone else's table. Yeah. And people will sit there and... No, by me. I never called you an anti-Semite. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians, so I'm used to it.
Yeah, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that...
This is literally just, you're a terrorist and I hope you die. Have you ever considered that you're Hamas? I have not considered that. Maybe. Who knows? You know, I am a little brown. I'm Turkish. To Israel, I might just be.
You should not.
No,
did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not say that. No, I did not say that.
Hold on.
You can see it in his face. He knows he fucked up. Look at this. Hold on. This is great. This is a great face.
Wow. You should not.
No.
Did you just say I should be killed?
Merhaba. That face right there, that's the I fucked up face. Obviously, he was kicked off of CNN for this, but this is disgusting. This is, this is what they do when you're pro-Israel. This is what the Zionists do, is anyone who's pro-Palestine, anyone who criticizes Israel is Hamas. Anyone who criticizes... Brown? Where? Send $20 billion more money to Israel for bombs. This is the whole perspective. But again, it's the same way that the right in America functions. They're doing the exact same thing we are. The thing that we're doing is just, instead of Hamas or Hezbollah, it's immigrants. That's it. That's literally the only difference. And Erdogan is a theocratic fascist, so...
I did not say that.
Hold on.
Did your guest just say I should be killed on live TV?
Bro should have lost his paycheck and then never get one again as in the news media. This should be, you are blacklisted from the news for this. This is ridiculous. This is on live television saying something like that. Like, I can see conservatives playing like video games in their Discord group saying shit like this, and then it ends. But like on CNN, on live TV, calling Mehdi Hassan a terrorist, saying that I hope your beeper doesn't go off to Mehdi Hassan, one of the most objective debaters and supporters of Palestine. He has made multiple videos over and over. He has interviewed so many people. He's debated Elon Levy. He is obviously not Hezbollah or Hamas. He has said as much. He has proved as much from what he has said. But it doesn't matter because, it's fucking, he's brown. So there you go. They should all go to casting fries into the bag. Donald Trump should have kept that job at McDonald's. And that should be it. Well, Erdogan is just like any other fascist F-122. He wants what's best for himself and his ideology. He wants the Arab world to think that he's the regional hegemon. Iran is the regional hegemon. And Turkey's really their only competition. I mean, I guess Saudi Arabia too, but Saudi Arabia is not a real country. No one believes anything that they say is like important. Turkey is the only one that's challenging Iran, but I still think that Iran is the regional hegemon and we need to leave them the fuck alone. No one cares about Turkey in the Arab world. No one respects Erdogan's beliefs. No one cares. None of this matters. I think Turkey has a stronger military than Iran, but Iran is the regional hegemon. Iran is the country in the region that holds the most power and respect and ability to influence other groups and nations around it in the region. They are the regional hegemon. That's why America supports Israel so much, is because Israel is our unsinkable aircraft carrier that we use to mess with Iran. And I think we need to leave Iran the fuck alone, because if we did, things would chill out. We need to obviously stop Israel first. We can't just leave Iran alone and then stop Israel. But again, like we're talking about Iran, they got bombed by Israel again lately, and they still haven't responded. They are very, 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 very deliberately, objectively showing the world that they don't want war, that they're not the instigator here, that they are being attacked. And that if they do have to respond, it's in self-defense. Am I an Iran simp? No, of course not. I don't like Iran either. Well, yeah, Turkey is like a shitty ally to the United States. They're such a bad ally that we send Turkey to negotiate with Russia on our behalf because they do the both sides thing. And so they're a better negotiator because they're such a bad ally. Turkey's rhetoric around Israel and around the genocide is good, but it's not real and it's not based in anything factual. So does Israel, except the oil. You know, they have nukes too.
Let me just stop.
You said you hope my people doesn't go.
You sound like a supporter
of the Palestinians.
Hamas. Guys, let me stop.
Like this conflation, first of all, whether this guy believes this or not, whether, you know, he doesn't know there's a difference between Hezbollah and Hamas, who knows? But the conflation is there on purpose anyway. Israel will actively do this. They will try and make Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran all the same group with the same ideology and the same beliefs and the same desires, which is just not true. They're not the same. Now, does Iran fund some of these groups? Yes. Israel also funds anti-Iran separatist groups in Iran. This is like we do this in America. Turkey does this. Russia does this. China. Everyone funds groups that are separatists or that don't get along with the government of the country that, you know, the country that you are acting from doesn't get along with. But none of these ever get mentioned because Israel has to be the most moral and just army in the world, and, you know, America's always right, blah, 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 blah. None of that matters. And all of that is used as a tool to spread Islamophobia. This is just Islamophobia. This is that all Muslims are the same and all of you are terrorists and all of you are Hezbollah and Hamas.
Your guest just said I should be killed on live TV.
I said I hope you
Guys, let me just stop.
You said you hope my people doesn't go.
Because you sound like a supporter
of the Palestinians.
Hamas.
Guys, let me stop.
Palestinians.
Are you?
Am I what? No, of course I'm not.
Do you condemn Hamas? We're back to like day 3 of the fucking genocide. It's ridiculous. They have nothing else to say, but it means, what it means is objectively clear. It's not a dog whistle even. It is out in the open. That's how they do it. That's how they do it in Israel too.
Are you a racist, violent person inciting violence against
Ryan, that is completely.
I apologize.
Good job, CNN. Let's have first block say the Muslim guy should be blown up on TV.
Yeah, the people who have never actually like looked at what Sharia law means or the Quran, making assumptions on their own mind. Obviously, I don't support any religious theocratic government ruling. But again, the people that are complaining about Sharia law the most are the same people that want to institute the Christian variant of that, a Christian nationalist state. And in the United States, they're the same exact people that complain about Sharia law. And none of these people actually believe in their religion anyway, because obviously the Jews in the Knesset aren't actually Jewish. The terrorist groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda and
leaders of Muslim countries that behave the way that they do, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey. None of these people are actually Muslim anyway. Just like the mega pastors in America aren't actually Christian. I am not Muslim, but I was raised Muslim. My parents are Muslim. I was born in Turkey, but I decided that I don't believe in God like when I was very young.
Don't say then I apologize. You literally.
Yeah, what do you think? Then I apologize is going to save you from saying I hope that your beeper doesn't go off to the most well-known pro-Palestinian news commentator that there is in the country. He literally lost his job for being too pro-Palestinian and is now arguably more successful because of it.
That is completely.
No, I apologize.
I apologized, yes, because that's enough. That fixes it.
On TV.
Yeah, the Muslim guy should be blown up on TV, just like Mehdi Hassan said.
I thought he said Hamas.
You didn't think I said Hamas. I said I supported Palestinian rights.
Yes, I did.
Why? Because
He literally never said that, nor did he think that, obviously. This is just them backpedaling. This is exactly what the fascist always does. They just are so used to not being fact-checked and not being called out on their lies that they lie so comfortably. And honestly, maybe he did actually think that Mehdi Hassan was saying, oh, well, I support Hamas, because they don't actually think, they don't care. They're going to say this anyway. They're in their head with their prepared script. They don't believe in a honest discussion. They just want to spread their propaganda. And so maybe he did actually think Mehdi Hassan says because he wasn't listening. That's pretty fucking likely.
What's funny is Rudy Giuliani said this yesterday, so you're a great guest to be here to defend Rudy Giuliani.
I wasn't going to entertain nonsense today, and so at this point,
this is what we're in now.
I disagree on how to fix the Middle East entirely with you, F1 2022. That is not how you fix the Middle East at all.
Here's what I will say.
Forget the racism.
That's right.
It's I should die.
I didn't say
Yeah.
you
You
should
said,
die.
what does beeper mean? Don't give me your
I
fake
did not say you should die.
Why did you say with my beeper go?
Yeah, what else can that possibly mean? Can somebody give me an idea of what it could possibly mean of I hope your beeper doesn't go off that isn't I hope you die or are severely injured because you're a terrorist? There is no other meaning than this. There is no other way that you could say this, no other intention behind it. It's just not feasible.
What did you mean by the beeper?
So
What did you mean by the beeper? No, you didn't. You said, I hope your beeper doesn't go off.
Ryan, stop talking.
At least have the guts to support your racist comment.
Hang on.
They never do. They never do, because the fascist and the Nazi are always a pussy. Every time. They will always only ever lie to defend their point or double down on it. Never actually defend their point, never actually make a point, never return to their point and change it. It's either double down or this is entirely made up and it's fake news. And this has been the case for years now. We've created this system, we're living in this system, and we see it every day. The only way to get rid of this system, again, I've talked about this multiple times, is you need to go and arrest these people. We need a crackdown of the media. We need to go and have the federal government arrest anybody who is in the news media, an elected official, a popular content creator online that is deliberately and knowingly lying and spreading misinformation. That's it. That's the line. Deliberately and knowingly lying and spreading misinformation. You should be arrested. Fox News should be shut down. These systems, these foundational companies, even really like Twitter and Fox News and even really MSNBC and CNN and all of these, they're filled with people that will lie. And well, yeah, actually, I do kind of agree with that point as well. But the media is complicit, whether it's the extreme misinformation peddling media or the mainstream media. The mainstream media is complicit in this and oftentimes does engage in the same behaviors. They need to be policed too. I don't necessarily want restrictions on speech. I just want restrictions on lying overtly to the public when you are a newscaster, a political commentator, an elected official, working in the government, or a popular online content creator that specifically works around politics. I don't want a game streamer to be arrested for saying something that isn't true. That's not what I want. But if you're Tim Pool, the Russian agent. He should have been arrested for not only lying, he should already be in jail for taking money from the Russians and spreading lies on top of that, but that's a whole other thing. But those people is who I'm talking about. Oh, looks like Kamala Harris has come out, so let's have a look at what she's going to say here. Kamala Harris comes on. I'm gonna go watch basketball. You don't think it's important to hear the closing statements of one of the two people running for president with the election 6 days away? I mean, your call. I don't want to watch this either. I just do think that it's relevant and important. Oh yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Mopur. That was just an example. I don't like her either, but you should still vote for her if you want the genocide to stop. It's the only correct option. Again, the only correct option. If you want to stop the genocide and to stop Israel, Kamala Harris is your only option. She won't do anything to help you. You should vote anyway. If you're not voting, you're just voting for Trump. Anti-electoralism never fixes anything. It is objectively the stupidest thing you can do. You're essentially voting for the Nazis by not voting.
Out of your busy lives.
You want the weaker opponent.
Thank you.
You're not going to get Bernie. You're never going to get Bernie again, ever again. Vote and try and make change. Influence the party. Go run for politics. Go run for your local office. Make a change rather than complaining on the internet. Not voting is you being exactly part of the problem, as Mopur said. You not voting is you allowing them to continue doing what they're doing. You want the easier opponent, but you also have to actively act when you have the easier opponent to make that change. You have to join government. You have to rally. You have to protest. You can't do any of this without doing that. And so is Donald Trump, and so is the rest of the United States governments. What are you going to do? Just jump off a bridge because it's not a perfect answer? Because we don't have the perfect candidate that fits every box that you want? You're just not going to vote and let the Nazis take over? You're just essentially committing suicide here. That is what you're doing. That is the action of not voting. It is politically and possibly physically committing suicide, just in the longer term. The guy wants to build death camps, wants to deport 20 million people, entire families, wants to take my right to vote away, my bodily autonomy away, every other woman in the United States. She supports Israel, and that is bad. You want to change it? Do something about it. Donald Trump supports Israel more. He was on the phone with Netanyahu telling Netanyahu to hit the nuclear plants in Iran. You won't let it happen. How are you going to let that happen if you won't even get off your ass and vote for someone that you don't necessarily like? This is the problem with the left. The anti-electoralism is the biggest issue.
You will have the chance to make a decision that directly impacts your life, the life of your family, and the future of this country we love.
That is the dumbest thing that I've ever. How is voting not democratic?
And it will probably be the most.
Explain that to me. How?
You ever cast. And
we were gonna watch this live, but no, this is an important conversation actually that we need to have right now. Not voting is not being pro-democracy. You can vote for your party. You can try and get your candidate to be the candidate next time. That's how democracy works, is you rally and we had a primary that nobody ran in except for Joe Biden and 3 people that had 2% of the vote. So make it better rather than complaining about it. You are the problem here. You are the leftist. That is the biggest issue in America. America's shit. My vote doesn't mean anything. Literally doing exactly what the right wants you to do, believing exactly what you've been trained to believe. Do stuff, bro. Doing nothing does nothing. Exactly. Go out and vote. Go join the government. You think American system is shit? Then fix it yourself rather than whinging on the internet, because that does nothing. Posting on Twitter and on Twitch is not praxis. You're not making any change. You have to make the change. No one's going to do it for you. No one's going to come save us. Bernie Sanders is not going to come riding in on a fucking unicorn and end the genocide and install socialism. It's never going to happen. They'll call us a fascist, yeah, but they're lying. They call us a fascist anyway. They're calling us fascist right now. They call us Marxist, fascist, Nazis, communist Nazis. They don't care. Words don't mean anything to these people. It's not us. It's not the left would call you. The left would not call you a Nazi for joining the fucking Democratic Party and then trying to make changes in it. And if they did, then they're just the anti-electoral idiots anyway. Trump is worse for Gaza in literally every way, but he's also worse for America in literally every way. He wants to start a war with Iran, a country that is 3 times the size of Afghanistan, where we got stuck for 2 decades and got fucked up for 2 decades. Iran is 3 times the size and is made entirely of mountains, and Donald Trump wants to start a war there as well as continue the genocide. He wants his beachfront property in Gaza to have a Trump hotel on it. I don't understand. It's not name calling either, Stalin. Me saying that you are a red fascist if you're a Marxist Leninist is not me calling you a fascist. It's me saying that ideology is red fascist. If you were a fascist, you wouldn't agree with any of the things that I said. You people are not fascists. That's why you're here. That's why I'm willing to work with you and talk to you. And even though you might lean fascistic in certain ways, that's understandable. It's just not the correct way to go about it. Voting for Kamala Harris is the only option if you give a flying fuck about Gaza. If you have any amount of modicum of care of stopping the genocide, this is the only option. Not because she will do it, she won't. It's just the only way we can continue to have this fight. Well, it's whingy shit. Yeah, exactly. You shouldn't care anyway. I get called a terrorist and a Nazi and a genocide supporter every single day. Am I any of those things? No. But I get called that every day.
This election is more than just a choice between 2 parties and 2 different candidates.
Like, she's boring. She sucks. Still vote for her.
About whether we
She's the easy opponent.
Rooted in freedom for every American, or ruled by chaos and division. Many of you watching have probably already cast your ballots.
And honestly, like, beyond just Palestine and the genocide, I don't understand this like idea of a leftist thinking that not voting is a good idea. Even if, like, take everything about the genocide and make it 10 times worse. Make Kamala Harris support the genocide fully. Like, she's out there, rah, rah, rah. I would still think that you should vote for her because she's the one that doesn't want everyone else's rights taken away. She's the one that's not going to build death camps. She's the one that's not going to deport 20 million people from the country. She's the one that's not going to take the right to vote, women's suffrage, away. She's not the one that's going to defund the Department of Education and the Department of Environmental Protection Agency and the fucking North Atlantic the Weather Service. They want to take away everything. You're an ideologist, sure, but you are being an idiot by doing this. You are not acting in a way that is rational. I don't want to vote for a liberal. I don't want to vote for a Dem. I agree on both of those points. However, if it's between not voting, voting for a liberal, and then the actual Fourth Reich, it is voting for the liberal is the correct answer. It's the only correct answer. Yeah, exactly. Not voting is just voting against your interests. Remember, these people also want to genocide the trans people in America. They've been saying it all week. It's been the #1 ad from the Trump campaign is anti-trans ads. And when I say they want to genocide trans people, I'm being very literal. They want to take away the health care of trans people you don't have to trust Kamala. You don't have to. I don't trust her on anything. You shouldn't trust her. In fact, you should not. Doesn't mean you shouldn't vote for her. You don't have to trust these people. You don't have to like them. You have to pick the easier opponent. Yeah, well, like, as if you trust Trump. This dialectic of Kamala bad. Never. Well, so why do you think that it is better to not vote? What difference do you think that you not voting makes? What benefit does that provide anybody? It is you not voting is you being selfish. It is a personal desire to not act in a way that feels immoral, but is actually the correct moral, ethical decision to make. One vote matters, F122, significantly. Do you know how close the last election was? Do you know how close elections have been? There's multiple instances of elections in the United States coming down to one vote. And again, you're not just voting for president. You vote Dem down the ballot. We need the House and the Senate. If Kamala Harris wins and the Republicans get the House and the Senate, that's still really fucking bad. And who's doing the election fraud, F1 2022? Who's doing that? Who have I shown on multiple occasions doing the election fraud? It's the Republicans. You are literally buying in to the MAGA rhetoric. You are doing exactly what they want you to do and believing exactly what they want you to believe. You're trapped. You're being pulled into the cult. You sound like a MAGA communist, which isn't actually a real ideology anyway, but and I'm not calling you that. I'm saying you sound like that in this case. Well, they're trying to. They're absolutely trying to. I've shown multiple instances of them trying to. Does that mean you should give up? What? Okay, the Nazis are trying to take over. That doesn't mean that, what? I should just give up? They're going to try and rig it. So I shouldn't vote. Is this, making sense to you? How is this rational? Your objections to voting are A, all Republican talking points, but B, have no, it's a non sequitur. To govern the country is to be a team, yes, but to govern the country properly, you have to care. The people in power need to care. And right now, since we have money in politics, money is a large influence in politics that makes people not care about the right things. How do we fix this? We get money out of politics. That's a big goal. What do we do in the meantime? We fix local and state politics and work our way up to the level. It is so clear and easy. I don't understand the person who thinks that they're a leftist and thinks that this is not the way to go, that this won't work, that it's not worth trying. If they win barely, the liberals, if they win even barely, the liberals will do nothing. So working towards a slight Dem win and they try and coup the government is still better than the liberals accepting fascism. Exactly. Why would we just lay down and accept defeat? Because they're going to try and do another insurrection. Should we open the doors for them too? For on January 6th, just open the doors to Congress, put no police there, give them a little red carpet? That's essentially what you're saying here. Don't fight back? Are you insane? And I'm sorry I'm coming at you here and angrily. And I'm not attacking you personally. It's just this ideology, this rhetoric I see every day, and it drives me insane because it's not useful and it's not helpful. You want to make real change? You want to be you want to make praxis? You want to start working towards socialism? Go !PV. Go join Progressive Victory. Go canvass. Go phone bank. Go knock on some doors. Get Democrats elected. Democrats that are better than Republicans in general, but be progressive Democrats. Then go and work with these people. Oh my goodness, F122, you're going to drive me insane. If you're not going to vote, you can't vote for the Dems in Congress and Senate either because you're not voting. It's the whole ballot. What are you going to do? Leave Kamala blank and then vote Dem down ballot? Do that at least. Do at least that. If you don't want to vote Kamala Harris, then go out and vote, leave the president slot blank, and then vote Dem all the way down. At least do that. Make a fucking difference. Go phone bank. Progressive Victory is great. I've worked with them before. I've done phone banking. It's fun, actually. And you make an actual difference. Just don't not vote and don't vote Republican. That's the only way it's the only real option you have. Yes, exactly. That it is. Come in, my friends. The noose and the gallows are this way. It's exactly what you're saying here. You're not going to get everything you want out of one simple election, but every little victory, every step ahead is one. Allowing Trump back into the White House is like running a marathon in the wrong direction. I'll even take that beyond. Let's say we do win this election. Let's say Kamala Harris becomes the president. We're going to have this exact problem in 4 years if we don't do something about the larger issues, the foundational issues, because the people that are spreading the lies and the misinformation and the Nazis, they're not going anywhere. Kamala Harris isn't going to put them in prison. She's not dangerous to them. We need to make that happen. How do we make that happen? Well, first of all, we need to have the ability to work towards that. Having a government which will deploy the US military to shoot protesters and open like concentration camps for leftists and Marxists, as well as 20 million, 50 bajillion immigrants that, you know, whatever immigrants they consider, just everybody who isn't white and Christian. Like, how are you going to make any real change under that system? This is the only real option. It's this or the Nazis. And by the way, they came for the communists first in Nazi Germany. You think you're not going to end up in a death camp if Trump wins? You're going straight there, my friend. Before me, I'm in Australia. They can't touch me yet. It'll take them a couple years to work up to me. But you're gone if Trump wins. All of you.
But I know many others are still considering who to vote for, or whether you'll vote at all. So tonight, I will speak to everyone about the choice and the stakes in this election. Look, we know who Donald Trump is. He is the person who stood at this very
And that's good enough. That's good enough, F1 2022. You don't have to like these people. You don't have to respect them. You don't have to trust them. Just know that the other side wants slavery, Nazism, death camps, and to destroy American economy, culture, the fabric of social cohesion. They want to groom kids, genocide trans people. Like, I could go on and on and on and on and on. Whereas the Dems are do-nothing liberals. They're not going to make any change. I'd rather take status quo over Nazism because I can work in status quo. I can make change happen in status quo. Progressive victory can continue to exist and work in the status quo. Whereas we can't under fascism, under Nazism, under Trump, under MAGA, under Trumpism. It's the black Republicans saying they want to go back to the slavery era because they wish they can own slaves when they would be the ones being enslaved and owned. Well, I mean, like, look at the guy who's running for governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson, black Nazi, like slavery. We've seen many instances of this. I think last stream I showed you a video of another black Nazi who was blaming slavery on black people. You do it from the bottom, F1 2022. That's what I said. You get people to run. We have a midterm in 2022. We get a bunch of young Dems to go and run and take positions of power in the government away from the controlled, corrupted Dems that exist now, just like we did with Justice Democrats. AOC is still there. You know, like, we complain about the squad because they're not as left as we like, but they still have to function within the system that exists. They can't be as left as they would like. So how do we fix that? Well, we make more people that are leftists part of the government and then shift the system that way. It's the only way. No one's saving us from the top.
4 years ago, and sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol to overturn...
A third party will never win in America unless we change how our election systems go. Like, even Bernie Sanders said when he ran in 2016 that he ran as a Democrat because it was the only viable way to win. It's not that he was, like, in favor of the Democrats. He would have run as an independent if he could have, but he didn't because he wouldn't have won. Our system is designed to not allow third parties. And I've already talked about how to fix that too. Preferential voting, like we have in Australia, can be implemented in the United States. It wouldn't even be all that difficult. How could we do it? Well, if we had a Democratic House and Senate, and maybe even a Dem president, we could do that. It wouldn't be even a large push. I feel like most Republicans would even like that. I mean, not considering the amount of like lies and misinformation they'll be told about it. Again, because they dislike things that would benefit them regularly because of them being lied to. But this would benefit every American, and it wouldn't be hard to do. By actively entering politics, we will become stronger and get rid of the corporate influence. You know what certainly is not going to change it for the better? Not voting. Exactly, Mopar.
United States Capitol Capitol to overturn the will of the people in a free...
This is what they did. Remember, we were talking about insurrectionist Nazis on the other end.
An election that he knew he lost. Americans died as a result of that attack. 140 law enforcement officers were injured because of that attack. And while Donald Trump sat in the White House watching as the violence unfolded on television.
Which, by the way, remember we watched the clip. They were all very happy. They had music playing. They were dancing. We had Eric Trump filming him and all of the other fucking pro-insurrectionist traitors of the country hanging out, watching it on TV together.
Told by his staff that the mob wanted to kill his own vice president. And Donald Trump responded with 2 words. So what?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
America, that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who is asking you to give him another 4 years in the Oval Office. Not to focus on your problems, but to focus on his. And Donald Trump has told us his priorities for a second term. He has an enemies list.
Yep.
People he intends to prosecute.
Not just prosecute. Remember, they will kill you. 4 years ago, they tried to hang Mike Pence and do a fascist takeover. And since then, they have consistently still... Like, Donald Trump has talked about hanging military officials that disagreed with him, like John Kelly, for telling the world that Donald Trump was talking about how much he liked Hitler's generals and wanted to shoot Black Lives Matter protesters in 2020. It's not just arresting them. And obviously, you know, weak lib, she's going to use the weaker language. We've complained about this multiple times, but it's bad. It's much worse than what she's saying.
Highest priorities is to set free the violent extremists who insulted those law enforcement officers on January 6th. Donald Trump intends to use the United States military against American citizens who simply disagree with him. People he calls, quote, the enemy from within. America, this is not a candidate for president who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is unstable.
Actually, Stalin, I kind of disagree with you. You don't need to make them sound evil because they like that. Make them sound cringe. Make fun of them. Talk about, like, she should be saying, this man couldn't win an election outright, and he was so weak and he was so stupid that he managed to rally a crowd, which he claims was by accident to start an insurrection, which obviously was not by accident because he's a bad liar, and did a failed insurrection attempt where, and then laugh at it, laugh at how weak they are, that it was failed, that it's not advertising for Trump. I literally said, don't vote for Republicans in there. It's just a Trump quote that's the only Trump quote that I like. Get your fat ass off the couch and vote. Make fun of them. Talk about how he's like, we do what Tim Walz did. Talk about, well, you know, we're here running an actual campaign, our presidential, we're talking about issues that could help you. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have the failed insurrectionist loser who can never admit any loss because he's that big of a loser with that weak of an ego, has Elon Musk hopping and skipping around like a dipshit next to him. Say shit like this. That's what works. And what do you mean by voting rate according to population, M. Qatar? Are you talking about like by race, by gender, by like we've gone through the polls. I just don't really think that the polls matter all that much.
Obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and out for unchecked power. Donald Trump has spent a decade trying to keep the American people divided and afraid of each other. That is who he is. But America, I am here to.
It's also like step one of instituting Nazism.
That is not who we are. That is not who we are.
Isn't it fun that politics has become entirely about like hype now? There's no policy involved. There's no talking about what you're going to do for Americans. It's all ideology and hype. It's gotten so much worse this time around because now you can bet on elections. They legalized election betting just earlier in the month, and people, first of all, like the poly market is evil and owned by Peter Thiel, but it created a aura around the election that is essentially you're watching football. This is the Super Bowl is next week. That's what most people believe the election is like. It's been a team sport for decades now, yes, but I think we have completed that transition in this election cycle. No, that's fucking stupid, F1 2022. That's exactly what people said in 2016 about Trump, by the way. How do you think that worked out? That's also what some people said about Hitler in Nazi Germany before Hitler took over. That's literally exactly the same thing that everyone says before a fascist takeover, and then the people who say it end up in death camps. It never works, and it's fucking stupid. It's vibes. You can have someone say, I'm actually Hitler and I love him, and if his vibes are check, he'll get in. You're not wrong, honestly.
Never understood.
I mean, to be fair, the Republicans do love Hitler. Like, a lot of them, they openly do say that. Anytime I'm talking about fucking how bad the Nazis are, I get Nazi defenders in my chat.
Is that e pluribus unum, out of many, one, isn't just a phrase on a dollar bill. It is a living truth about the heart of our nation.
I agree with this, by the way. She's saying this speech is actually better than I expected.
Us to agree on everything. In fact, we like good.
I mean, it's still weak, but it's still better than I expected.
Your own family, right? It's not the American way to not have disagreements. We don't shy away from robust debate. In fact, we like a good debate, don't we? We like a good debate.
I do like a good debate. You see the difference there? That point alone right there is actually the key to this election. We like a good debate on this side, whereas the other side is political dissidents are going to get shot by the U.S. military. Who actually cares and how is this related? Have a strong speech. This looks weak and weird. This is a strong speech to liberals. And I care because this is her closing remarks before the election. I want to know what she has to say. I haven't watched it. We were supposed to watch it live, but we kept getting stun-locked. It is important to know what she says here because it's important to be able to conceptualize what the average liberal in America thinks, what they are whether they're going to get out and vote. Again, the biggest issue that we have that leads to a Republican victory is leftists not voting. That's every single time. If everyone that was everyone registered Democrat every time got out and vote, there would be no Republican victories alone. If everyone aged 18 to 25 voted entirely, we would be a landslide. But young people and leftists don't vote. Liberals do. That's why I care about what the liberals think, because they actually fucking vote, unlike you people.
Us does not make them the enemy within.
They make me laugh too, but they're the only ones that actually fucking vote, huh?
Neighbors.
They're not lazy.
Co-workers. They are fellow Americans. And as Americans, we rise and fall together.
They should make you angry, Stalin. They should make you angry. But this should not make you angry enough to not vote when the other side had a literal fucking Nazi rally. We haven't seen the crowd yet.
America, for too long, we have
maybe.
been consumed with too much division, chaos, and mutual distrust. And it can be easy then to forget.
It looks pretty packed.
Simple truth. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. It is time.
Me too, Stalin.
Pointing fingers.
Me too.
We have to stop pointing fingers and start locking arms. It is
so support her.
Turn the page on the drama and the conflict.
Don't support her, support anti-Nazism.
The fear and division. It is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I offer that leadership as the next President of the United States of America.
God, I hope. It depends on how the election turns out for Profit Media as the enemy. If we win, let's say, the House, not the Senate. Let's say we lose the Senate, we get the House, and Kamala's the president. Sure, she'll get some support. But again, the issue is that once she's the president, they're not going to do anything to fix the issue that created this, and we're going to have this in 4 years again. So we need to get out and make the difference ourselves. And Bernie is not, first of all, Bernie is never going to run again. He's old. He's old. He's too old. He doesn't want to. You're still stuck on Bernie Sanders in 2016. Like, move on. It's been nearly a decade, guy. It's been nearly a decade. And she likely could win. It is anyone who tells you that Kamala Harris is going to lose or Donald Trump is going to lose or who's going to win, they're lying to you. No one knows. This is a 50-50 coin flip. You're just as incompetent as the liberals if you do that to who? To me? To be able to make change in the government under the liberals? To enter... Oh, yeah, no, that's what I mean. I hate nothing. I hate nothing good happens, then doesn't actually do anything to make anything better. Yeah, I agree with that entirely. That's the biggest problem on the left. If we can get rid of that sentiment, we won't have to deal with the fucking Nazis because there are so many more of us. You guys, you don't understand. Hold on, let me put this on while I look for a graphic.
Now look, let me say, I recognize this has not been a typical campaign. Even though I've had the honor of serving as your vice president for the last 4 years, I know that many of you are still getting to know who I am. Well, let me tell you, I am someone who has spent most of my career outside of Washington, D.C., so I know that not all the good ideas come from here. I am not afraid of tough fights against bad actors and powerful interests. Because for decades, as a prosecutor and a top law enforcement officer of our biggest state, I won fights against big banks that ripped off homeowners, against for-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students, against predators who abused women and children, and
all of these people need to be in prison. Everyone that you're talking about. And again, like I've said, it's not just these people, it's the people that are spreading the misinformation, not the people doing the actions either. There are people behind the scenes. It's not Donald Trump that's the problem. It's not J.D. Vance who's the problem. It's people like Peter Thiel. It's people like Elon Musk. It's people like the entire executive board of Fox News. It's people like Jeff Bezos who threw in with Trump as well. It's the bourgeoisie using their power to misinform Americans. Yeah, polls don't vote. Fuck them. No, I don't think we should abolish prisons in general. First of all, I don't think that policing needs to be as bad. I don't think we need people in prison as much. I don't even think that prison is a good answer for most crimes. But there are certain people that are too dangerous to be let alone in the public, and I don't believe in the death penalty. So, I believe Donald Trump and Steve Bannon and Elon Musk should be in prison because I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't think that, most people in prison now should be. No, that's fucking stupid again, F-122. You can't just jump to anarchy like this. There is a step-by-step process of achieving our goals, of moving the country to the left. You are on step 54, and we haven't even begun step 1. Come back down to reality. There's a reason I don't even talk about communism, because communism is a ridiculous goal to aim for. We have maybe a chance of moving towards socialism in our lifetime. You're not going to make... This is not 1840. This is not the world that we used to live in. You have to work within this system to make an actual change. Otherwise, you're just saying shit. You're just like Twitter lefties. I do think more women are going to vote against Trump than they're willing to tell. In fact, I showed you the ad yesterday, Mopur. You were there when it was the ad that's centered specifically around women by the Lincoln Foundation saying your vote is your secret. I think that's incredibly effective. And I think a lot of women who have a conservative husband that thinks that they're going to vote Trump may not. There is still a good chance that women just flat out take the election. But who knows, because they are going to cheat and we still do have to have that fight afterward. Yeah, women are majority for Harris. Absolutely. And yes, like pedos who can't be kept away from children and stuff like that. Yeah, these people need to be in prison. The people that are too dangerous to society to leave alone and cannot be rehabilitated belong in prison. And that list is not a long list. It's a very, very, very short list. In fact, even Elon Musk maybe doesn't even belong on that list. If we just take all of his money and power away and then redistribute it, I don't necessarily think he has to go to prison. But no, I don't believe in the death penalty. No violence. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it for criminals. I don't believe in it in general. No violence.
Cartels that trafficked in guns, drugs, and human beings.
Why does my Nightbot not come up on screen?
Because for as long as I can remember, I have always had an instinct to protect. There's something about people being treated unfairly or overlooked that frankly just gets to me. I don't like it.
As you should. Most people do.
My mother instilled in me a drive to hold accountable those who use their wealth or power to take advantage of other people. The drive to protect hardworking Americans who aren't always seen or heard.
And maybe overlay settings.
And I will tell you that is the kind of president I will be.
Again, I like this rhetoric. I'm okay with her saying these. This is actually good. This is a message of hope, which goes back to what made her popular at the very, very beginning of the campaign, is she sounded like a real normal human being, had empathy, and was giving human beings around her a sense of comfort and hopefulness. And this speech seems to have gone back to that. I'm really glad about it. Put them on an island, give them food shipments, we can stream a TV show. Nope, that's cruel and unusual punishment. I still do believe in the Constitution. Even though I think we need to change it in a lot of different ways, I do believe in a lot of it as well. I'm a leftist that likes America. I just don't like American actions.
I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, but here's what I promise you. I will always listen to you, even if you don't vote for me. I will always tell you the truth, even if it is difficult to hear. I will work every day to build consensus and reach compromise to get things done.
Or I will just pretend to do all of this and not get anything done if the establishment doesn't let me, is the little bit that's left out here. But that's kind of just par for the course and expected when you're talking about a Democrat.
And if you give me the chance to fight on your behalf, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way.
Except for a Republican-controlled House and Senate, which is why it's crucial that everyone gets out and votes, because even if Kamala Harris wins, we still need the other houses of government, or they will still fuck us. Like, the fascists are not doing this in okay, if we win president, that's it. They're trying on literally every front. This is a multi-front war, and we need all of it. I disagree. Again, look at FDR. That was not socialism, but it was socialist practices and policies. We can make socialism American. We can make America socialist. For-profit media, we talked about this yesterday. You cannot always rehabilitate somebody. Some people, Nazis specifically, cannot be rehabilitated. We've seen this. I showed you evidence of the fact that you cannot rehabilitate a Nazi. At least not historically, we have failed to do so. Maybe you can. Maybe, sure. Still put them in a prison and re-educate them there. that's the only way you can ever deal with Nazis. Because that's what history shows us. That's what math shows us. That's what science says. You cannot. No, that's not what I think, Mopur, but I'm sure they would like to do that to us, though. That made me think about that for a second. Oy. George Wallace again. Did we talk about this guy yesterday? No, I don't think he was rehabilitated. I also don't think we did Reconstruction well enough in the United States. The racists in the United States, the Southern Confederate, the people, the Confederates from the South, the Civil War. Yes, they pretend. They lie. That's the thing, is they lie. We didn't de-radicalize well enough in the South with the Confederates and the, what's the word? Separatists. That was the word I was looking for. And we didn't denazify in Germany well enough, which is why they still exist.
So look, in less than
Hold on, I gotta go get a drink of water.
Donald Trump or I will be.
I need water and I need some painkillers. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's continue on. Agreed, Mopur. Correct. That is factual information.
Oval Office. Okay? On day one,
On day one, I will imprison Elon Musk. Blue wave, please.
On day one, if elected, Donald Trump would walk into that office with an enemies list. When elected, I will walk in with a to-do list. Full of priorities of what I will get done for the American people. And I will work with everyone, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, to help Americans who are working hard.
Look, I don't really give a fuck if you'll work with Republicans. I would rather you not. In fact, it kind of pisses me off that Liz Cheney might be part of the cabinet, but honestly, again, better than Nazis, and we'll make that change when we can. You know, we got a midterm in 2 years, and then we got another general election in 4. We have to take what we can. Well, she is working with Republicans. Republicans are half her fucking voting base right now. That's why she's been doing ads for Republicans to bring over the non-Trumpy, not cultist ones over to the left. And honestly, the Republicans that she's brought over have done some of the best campaigning for her, which is insane. Like the memes and shit that come out online, a lot of those are from former Republicans that have moved over to Harris. Now, I'm not a fan of this, but again, this is not Nazis. And honestly, maybe someone who will like work with some of the Republicans is not a bad idea, because at least she'll get some shit done. Now, obviously, there's 87 to 89% of the Republican Party in power will never actually do anything that is helpful for the American people. But there's like 6 Republicans maybe that could help Democrats pass bills. Well, I mean, to be fair, Stalin, when we're talking about like bills that are being passed, there's very little difference in a normal Republican and a normal Democrat's beliefs, because a lot of them are influenced by the bourgeoisie anyway. The bills are all influenced in that. We just need to cut out and remove the Nazi influence from the right. And also, yes, I agree with you, Stalin, that is kind of the issue of allowing Nazis to exist, is that they continue to radicalize. In fact, we saw this yesterday, like I showed you, within 4 years, the amount of Nazi Germans, like Germans that lived in Nazi Germany, in the American occupied zone after the war, 6% to 1 in 3 in 4 years. 6% of Germans thought the Nazis were, a good idea, but badly implemented. Within 4 years, that was 1 in 3 Germans in that area. You allow this ideology to exist, you give it even a moment of breathing room, and it grows. That's when I say that Nazis, every accusation they make is a confession. It is also the social degeneracy. They act more like a virus than anything that they complain about.
And still struggling to get ahead. I have been honored to serve as Joe Biden's vice president. But I will bring my own experiences and ideas to the Oval Office. My presidency will be different because the challenges
we're against free speech and advocacy for Nazis, specifically, and only Nazis for profit media. That's it. Not everyone else, just active, open, deliberate, National Socialist Nazis. The ones that want to kill people, the ones that want to hurt people, the ones that are literally trying to take over the government. Yes, I am against them having their speech and advocacy being allowed. Exactly.
Face are different. Our top priority as a nation 4 years ago was to end the pandemic and rescue the economy.
Which, by the way, they did a pretty decent job with.
Lower costs that were rising even before the pandemic and that are still too high. I get it. I still remember our mother sitting at that yellow Formica table, late at night, cup of tea in hand, a pile of bills in front of her, trying to make it all work. And I've heard from so many.
Nobody should have to live this way. No American should have to struggle to pay their bills, or, I mean, really no one in the world, but we're talking about America right now. No American should have to struggle to pay their bills. No American should have to struggle to afford food. We have more than enough resources. We are the richest country in the world. If the rich just paid their goddamn taxes, every American could be living much more comfortable than a middle class lifestyle. That wealth should be spread globally, in my personal opinion, but at the very least, just make the rich people pay taxes instead of giving them tax cuts, and you won't have as much issue with affording things. Prices will go down because you have more money, and you are spending that money in the economy, which lowers prices. You are happier, you are healthier, you are more comfortable in your life, you're less stressed out, which increases your productivity in your labor, which decreases the prices of goods because productivity of labor goes up. The supply of the goods that are being created through this labor goes up, the demand stays the same, therefore the price goes down. This is it's basic fucking math. Just make rich people pay their taxes. No one should have to live like this.
Financial pressures.
Now, she's not going to do that, but Donald Trump's going to do the opposite.
Is the same as it was the last time. Another $1 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations. And this time, he will pay for it with a 20% national sales tax on everything you buy that is imported. Think about it.
Do you know how much damage Trump's tariff policy will do to the United States? The tariff policy alone could wreck our economy, but then there's the deporting of the 50 bajillion people, most of which, work and pay taxes and contribute to the economy. Do you understand how much more expensive food will be when we deport, 80% of the agriculture labor force? I mean, again, this is for-profit media, and they're not lying right now. It's not about fixing the media in controlling speech. It's just about stopping the lies, as you said. Stop spreading the lies, and that's it. Just make them stop lying on the news. Make that a legal requirement. You cannot lie on the news. Politicians are allowed to lie to you. They didn't used to be. Change it back. This will all increase the trust that people have in the government and the media, which is important, but then also increase the ability for people to engage, which then leads to more positive change. For-profit media, everybody on the left says this. You're not, like, everybody on the left says this. And I'm pretty sure Trump didn't know what tariffs were when he said the thing. I'm sure he knows now, but again, he'll double down when he's wrong instead of like backing out of it.
Food, toys, cell phones. A Trump sales tax that would cost the average family nearly $4,000 more a year. And
do you have an extra $4,000 laying around?
We'll pay even more if Donald Trump finally gets his way and repeals the Affordable Care Act.
Oh yeah, at that point you're just like dead if you have like asthma. Sorry, you can't get health care, just die. And again, this is all not even bringing in the factor of the destruction of everything that the mass deportation would cause. It would literally be the greatest ethnic cleansing in world history. You guys understand this, right? Like, this is Holocaust level shit. He's talking about 20 plus million people. Do you understand what it would be like for this to happen? Do you understand that you can't just take them and send them off? There's a reason why the Nazis were killing people in camps. It's because it was easier for them to kill them than to, I don't know, hold them prisoner and then send them to a different place. It's just the easier option. You think that they're not going to do that in these camps? You think if they manage to get their way, that there is now, the media is all on their side, they have gone through the government and removed any dissidents. They are using the military against political dissidents, against leftists and communists. We're all in the camps. You think they're not going to kill us? Are you joking? You think they're going to spend the time and money to deport people that are even citizens? Where are you going to deport them? They're just going to kill you.
Which would throw millions of Americans off their health insurance and take us back to an insurance company
You're right,
that
Stalin.
has the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. Well, we are not going back. We are not going back.
God, I hope so.
We are not going back, because we also know Donald Trump would deliver tax cuts to his billionaire donors. I will deliver tax cuts to working people and the middle class.
Tax cuts are, like, okay. We could do much better than just tax cuts, though. You know, we can increase funding to social programs, for example. Increase access to things like Medicare, for example, which, to be fair, they are already on board with that. They want to increase access to Medicaid and Medicare. And they're on board with some social programs like the child tax credit, for example. These are little things that work. Like the child tax credit alone, I think it almost halved child poverty. She's doing good. Yeah, it's like, well, she's not going to say free universal health care. I wish she would, but she is on the progressive end of the libs. She's not bad. Her rhetoric just halted at centrist because the establishment wanted her to. The DNC is when her rhetoric changed. You guys saw that, right? Like, after the DNC, she became much more establishment, whereas prior to that, she was leaning populist. We don't actually know which way she's going to lean if she becomes the president.
I will make sure you have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. Because I believe...
No one looks at those warning labels for profit media as the enemy. Nobody will care. You think that you put a warning label on like the first 5 seconds of a YouTube video that they're not just going to skip it? It's like an ad.
In honoring the dignity of work. I will enact the first ever federal ban on price gouging on groceries.
Good. We need more than that. Obviously, like the food industry, I've talked about this on many occasions. It's corrupt from point A to point B. Price gouging is the very end of the scale. You can keep going all the way through and fix all of the little industries that have implemented price gouging and inflationary measures that increase their own profit at the cost of everyone else. Now, she's not saying this, but she's talking about price gouging, which means if they start that process, that means people on the left can continue to push for her to go even further with it when, it's a debate, when it's on the congressional floor, when she's getting ready to sign her executive order. And this is what I mean by you can take the minimalist, one step at a time, slow lib in the correct direction, and you can push them further.
Cap the price of insulin and limit out-of-pocket prescription costs.
Non-profit media also lies for profit media. There isn't really any non-profit media that anyone pays attention to anyway. It's not about, like, you're stuck on just the for-profit media is the cause of this, but they're just another symptom. They're not the cause, they're a symptom. It's money in politics, it's capitalism is the actual problem. You're just, again, way ahead of the curve. You guys are advocating for things that, yes, are correct and are good, but are not feasible things it's not even a thing. These are not feasible goals to work towards. You have to yes, it is a problem. It's just not the problem that we can solve now. You have to fix a bunch of problems before you can get there. Ideally, media should be, because I don't believe in private property, right? As a socialist. The state should own the media. The state should just have no part in running the media. There should be no profit incentive for that media to exist, and the state should not have any active control over it, just ownership of it. There can be a liaison between the media organization and the government, and that's about as far as it would go. Nonprofit, socialist, state-funded media is good, and you can lessen the impact and the ability for the state to do propaganda through it if done correctly. Which is, again, why, Stalin, I disagree with your revolutionary takes, and I believe in electoral socialism, because instituting the regulations and barriers that would stop the nonprofit, socialist, state-funded media from doing propaganda would be done through electoralism, whereas if you do it through a revolution, you don't even get the chance to do that. No one's going to be talking about it. That's too much. That's too complicated for a revolutionary. Because revolutionaries are good at taking power, but they're bad at ruling. They're bad at governing. It is socialist. It's still better than what we have. I just think that we can do much better than that if we do it correctly. Well, then we're fucked for profit media. We can't fix the media without fixing money in politics first. Because that's why the media is lying, is because they profit from it and they're also involved in politics. We have to regulate industry as a whole before we can get to this point. You can't just jump to censoring the media without doing anything else. Then they're going to call you a fascist and you can't argue against it. The enemy is not the average Republican right now, as much as I don't like them. The enemy is the Nazi. And I will work with a Republican. Again, I'm working with anybody I can that isn't a Nazi against the Nazis. It's that simple.
To make sure that hardworking Americans can actually
don't be a doomer.
To live.
Have some hope. Have some desire to make good happen yourself.
Our mother saved up and how excited she was when she could finally afford to buy our first home. I remember how excited she was.
Hope, motherfuckers, hope.
That owning a home is not only a measure of financial security, it's about the pride of your hard work. And as president, I will fight to help first-time home buyers with your down payment, take on the companies that are jacking up rents, and build millions of new homes.
Based. I mean, again, decommodification of housing is a better idea. Even Tim Walz said so, but this is still good.
This is about why
Yeah, that's the thing. The average Republican that isn't MAGA is not the enemy. They're U.S. citizens who love America. They're just misinformed. So is most of MAGA, by the way. The enemy is the leadership or the demons that are at the very top spreading their message. It's not the people that are just brainwashed because all they do is look at news that tells them lies. Okay? F-122? Yes, they do. And that is bad. They are not my enemy right now, though. I'm sorry. My enemy is Nazis.
Housing, enough with the excuses. I'm going to cut the red tape and work with the private sector and local governments to speed up building and get it done.
When I say most, I meant the leadership is what I was not including. But yes, all of MAGA is misinformed. They're all brainwashed and in a cult. It's the leadership that isn't. They're just evil and demons. Poland is not a Nazi country. They are just moving to the right, but so is Europe. All of Europe is right now. Like, all of Europe is just as Nazi as the US, which is why I'm more worried for the fall of Europe if Trump wins. They might not even manage to get most of their Nazi policies done in the US in the first 4 years. They might have issues between factions inside of their own governing party. However, the win for Trump would knock over a lot of dominoes in Europe. Some of them believe it, yeah. Some of them do. And those people are bad, but I'm not going to make a blanket statement that is about them that is... Okay, yeah, Islamophobic and fascist is well, is Poland fascist? They're authoritarian, but are they fascist? Yes. The National Radical Camp, the most prominent far-right party in Poland, is fascist. But the words mean things, guys. Words mean things. Fascism has a definition. Authoritarian has a different definition. Nazis have a different definition. Go read the words that you're using and use them correctly. You can't call everyone a fascist when sometimes they're not fascist. They're Nazis. You can't call a Nazi a fascist because they're not a fascist. Well, they are a fascist, but they're a Nazi. That's what I mean. All Nazis are fascists, but not all fascists are Nazis. All fascists are authoritarian, but not all authoritarians are fascists. You have to look at the nuance. A source needed. I don't know enough about Poland. Prove it to me.
And the cost of housing isn't the only financial pressure on middle-class families. I have met so many young people who have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources to do it. So I'll fight for a child tax credit to save them some money, which will also lift American children out of poverty. I'll work to lower the cost of childcare, which is out of reach for too many working families today. And for too many people in the sandwich generation who are raising young children and taking care of a parent, juggling all of it is extremely difficult. You know, I took care of my mother when she got sick, cooking food that she had a taste for, finding clothes that would not irritate her skin. And understand, as I do, that caregiving is about dignity. It is about dignity.
It's true.
And currently, if you need home care and you don't have some money to hire someone, you and your family need to deplete your savings to qualify for help. That's just not right. So we're going to change.
And no, F-122, I'm not going to listen to someone that you just mentioned. Show me evidence of your claim or I don't care. We're not even talking about Poland right now. I don't know why we've gone to Poland. There are Nazis everywhere in the world, and they are all trying to take power, and they are all connected to one another. They have the same rhetoric. The Nazis in Israel, and the Nazis in America, and the Nazis in Russia say exactly the same fucking things. They're just, the scapegoat is a little different, is all. That's the only difference. And also because the Israeli Nazis are leaning on Judaism as their religious base, whereas the Russian and American Nazis lean on Christianity. The European Nazis lean on Christianity. The Nazis in Australia don't really lean on religion, but none of it, like they are everywhere. And the only way we can take them out is by, first of all, if Trump wins, all of them get emboldened and it becomes a massive problem. Like even more so than it already is.
Care to cover the cost of home care so seniors can get the help and care they need in their own homes. Now, Donald Trump has a different approach.
See, Hungary is a good example, actually. So Orban himself is 100% authoritarian. He wants fascism. But Hungary is not a fascist country. He has not been able to institute fascism, in fact. He still has to worry about his poll numbers, his support from other people in the country. Hungary has successfully managed to not fall to fascism under Orban. Now, have they gotten worse? Yes. Are they a problem? Yes. But are they fascistically controlled by Orban? No, they're not. The people in Hungary do still have power to fight back against the government. You can see it in the fact that Orban has to go and try and improve public opinion. The fascist does not care about public opinion. Public opinion is set already under fascism. It is exactly what the fascist says or it doesn't exist. So that's a good example of a country that would get worse under a Trump victory, and that this is the systems in place that have stopped it from getting this far. It's not just for-profit media that spreads information, it's also states. Again, like we've covered in this election alone in America, there is Russia, China, Iran, Israel. All of them are influencing our election right now. Whereas there's also likely other countries that have influenced our elections in the past, even like Turkey was bribing the governor of New York for 10 years. 10 years. Or it was governor, mayor of New York for 10 years. It's not just the media, it's the states. Because the issue isn't for-profit media, the issue is capitalism. It's just a symptom of capitalism.
Tried to cut Medicare and Social Security every year he was president. Look, I believe that when people have worked hard their entire life...
We all already acknowledge this. Why are you stuck on this point? We all acknowledge the fact that the media is a problem and that it needs to be regulated. But that's not helpful or useful right now. In this current context, in what we are doing, we're watching Kamala Harris speak, and when we're talking about fighting the Nazis, it's not helpful. You're not getting anything done by this. We have to be in power first to be able to make any changes. And to make any regulation of the media, it's not like if Kamala Harris could win the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and that still would not be enough to regulate the media. We first need to get our people inside the government to be able to do it. The Democrats are not going to vote for that because they're funded by companies that profit from not only their actions, but the media, and the media covers their actions in a way that benefits the companies. You have to get people in government that'll make changes first. Left or right, everyone knows that the media is lying to you and it needs to be regulated. The right just thinks Fox News is the only real media source. That's an issue for the right, yes, but everyone in the country does not trust the media. We covered a graph just like the other day that shows that trust in the media is at its lowest point that it's ever been. And yes, MAGA is informed by lies spread by Fox News. You're not going to be able to do something about it. And she cannot do anything about it. Her talking about this right now would actually negatively impact her chances. Because now she would sound like a conspiracy theorist to the average lib who doesn't pay attention to politics. It sounds like Blue Anon. And then she'll lose the election. This is a post-election talking point, not a running campaigning talking point.
Retire with the benefits they have earned. And I believe in the fundamental freedom of Americans to make decisions about their own bodies and not have their government tell them what to do.
And again, it's not even just abortion anymore. They're talking about taking away the right for women to vote.
I will fight to restore what Donald Trump and his hand-selected Supreme Court justices took away from the women of America.
To do this, she would need control of Congress. She would need enough support in Congress to do this. So if you want that, go vote blue down the ticket. Everybody, you cannot make this happen through an executive order. This has to be done through Congress because they overturned Roe v. Wade, and to reinstate it, you either need the Supreme Court to do it or the entirety of Congress. And that's the only way you're going to manage. So go out, vote, and vote all the way down the ballot. Oh, thanks for the follow, Buck Elf. Oh, yeah.
Hey, 1 in 3 women in America, think about it. 1 in 3 women in America lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions even for rape and incest. The idea that a woman who survives a crime of a violation to her body should not have the authority to make a decision about what happens to her body next, that is immoral.
Yes.
That is immoral. And Trump's not done. He would ban abortion nationwide, restrict access to birth control and put IVF treatments at risk, and force states to monitor women's pregnancies.
Yep. We were talking about like your pregnancy tracker app, sorry, not your period tracker app on your phone being spied on by the government to say, if you moved to a different state for just like a day, you just went to a different state right around the time in your cycle that the app shows that the government can see. They can find this out and they can make a lawsuit. We've seen experts talk about how you need to delete those apps off your phone if these people are in charge. If you live in a red state, I'm sorry, if you live in a red state, like life's gonna get worse for you regardless of if Kamala Harris wins or not. You should probably just move to a blue state. But we're at a point where it's so much further just beyond access to abortion. We just before this, before she came on stage, we were talking about Republicans who want to arrest women who have miscarriages, who want to watch what you do when you're pregnant and decide whether or not your actions are considered child abuse to your fetus. Like, it's ridiculous.
Just Google Project 2025 and read the plans for yourself. And look, I think we all know one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to simply agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body.
It's like the most basic concept. It's so un-American to think otherwise.
And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
And again, Congress needs to do this. So In fact, while we're on this, I've been telling you guys to go to !PV, do specifically !PVNJ, open this link. Actually, no, sorry, this link is gone now. Never mind, just go to PV. They are doing phone banking for Mary Pelota, who is running in Alaska. Again, we need to get the House and the Senate in order. It does not necessarily end at the presidency. If we win with Kamala Harris and the Republicans control the House and the Senate, you are still fucked, my friends. So, blue down the ticket. Go make some phone calls. Go knock on some doors. Make sure your neighbors are voting blue. Make sure your friends are voting blue. Make sure your friends are voting. Make sure all of you are actually voting. And yes, reinstating the fairness doctrine would go a long way. But
on another subject,
there's a reason. I'll get into it.
Got to stop treating immigration as an issue to scare up votes in an election.
Motherfucker, this is your fault. First of all, hold on. This is your fault. You didn't deny the claims of like immigrants are criminals and they're flooding the border and that they're bringing in guns and drugs. You needed to fight against this. You allowed this talking point to sit down in the minds of Americans, and now most Americans, whether they're on the right or the left, think that there's an immigration or a border crisis, whereas we have not had an immigration crisis nor a border crisis. The immigrants that come in help America. It's worse for them that they're undocumented immigrants. It's better for us. We're exploiting them. They work, they pay taxes, they don't get any benefits, they don't commit crimes anywhere near on the level of natural born or naturalized Americans, not even close. They don't bring in drugs into the country. Again, the last time we saw a big drug bust was neo-Nazis bringing in fentanyl from the southern border. Whereas both the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, Border Control, they've all said this is not true. This is not happening. And Kamala Harris allowed this, as well as most Democrats, allowed this talking point to be a thing. In fact, they went even further and tried to implement a bill that would have been horrible for the border. I'm actually really glad that Donald Trump is that evil that he was like, okay, we don't pass the bill because it'll help them politically and hurt me. Good. I'm glad that bill didn't pass because it was Hitler shit. We don't have an issue with the border. We should let more immigrants in, not less. America became the superpower that we are today because of immigrants. Hold on. They had a bill that was going to get passed until Trump. Yeah, exactly. Basically, there was the immigration bill that the Democrats worked with Republicans on. It was a bipartisan bill that would have put further restrictions on the border. It would have made some changes to the citizenship process, the asylum seeking process. It would have decreased the amount of people able to come into the United States and the people that are in the process of getting citizenship or asylum. It would have increased how fast they managed to do that, or how fast they were either declined or accepted, rather. It was not a good policy at all. It was bipartisan, which probably contributed to why it was bad. The point that they put it out there was because Donald Trump kept talking about the immigration crisis, and I guess the Democrats knew it wasn't real, but they weren't fighting against it, saying it's not real. And so they tried to make the problem go away by appeasing the Republicans, which has never, ever worked. When has appeasing the Republicans ever worked? Never. None. Not one single time in history. Giving them what they want has resulted in anything that Democrats want ever. They do not do this for us. We should not be doing that for them. And I blame Kamala Harris. I will never forgive them for allowing the immigrants are invading the country thing to be a talking point. It never should have. It should have been shut down on day one because it was never an issue, ever. Not in this election, not in my lifetime. The border has never been an actual issue.
And instead, treat it as the serious challenge that it is, that we must finally come together to solve. I will work with Democrats and Republicans to sign into law the border security bill that Donald Trump killed. When I was Attorney General of a border state, I saw the chaos and violence caused by transnational criminal organizations that I took on. And when I am president, we will quickly remove those who arrive here unlawfully.
Trump is incompetent, but we're not lucky. You guys understand that Trump is the puppet, right? That Trump is being, like, him being incompetent on TV is a show of how relaxed and how not afraid of this election the fascists are. It is a show of we don't care anymore. They have dropped the dog whistles. The death of the euphemism only ever comes out from a fascist who no longer needs the euphemism. I'm the puppet, am I? Indeed, I am the puppet. Puppet for Kamala Harris.
Prosecute the cartels and give Border Patrol the support they so desperately need.
Yeah.
At the same time, we must acknowledge we are a nation of immigrants.
She has to, because everyone in America thinks that there's an immigration crisis and that there's criminals coming across the border. It's her fault. It is the Democrats' fault for allowing that talking point, but now she has to say this. And yes, I don't agree with deportations at all. I think that we should have open borders, in fact. But that is a conversation that is far ahead in the future now. She would not be able to win had she not said this. Again, just like people were mad at her backpedaling on no fracking in Pennsylvania. You think she's going to win in Pennsylvania if she says she's going to ban fracking when that's one of the biggest industries that exists in Pennsylvania? It's just rhetoric. You don't necessarily, they're allowed to lie to you. Yeah, I agree, Stalin, I do. Get in and do nothing. Let us do it.
Reform, including an earned path to citizenship for hardworking immigrants like farm workers and our dreamers.
I support that.
As Commander-in-Chief, I will make sure America has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Gotta grift for the
Trump, on the other hand,
hardcore
has
libs.
shown his contempt for our nation's heroes, calls them suckers and losers.
True, F1 2022.
Called a 4-star Marine general a, quote, low life. I will always honor, never denigrate.
F1 2022, I need to understand, I need to, like, for my own sanity, make sure that this is not the case here. You're not listening to this, and it's not, like, you listening to Kamala Harris right now is not continuing your thought process of voting is bad, right? Like, you understand that, yes, this rhetoric is bad, and we don't like it, but that she is still the option that needs to be put in place. We need to vote for her. And because most Americans, most liberals, like the average Dem lib that's in that rally, likes that, Stalin. That's why you have to say that about the military. And also, it is true, we do have the most lethal military in the world. We do. I can't either. You think this is easy for me? You think watching her saying all this stuff and understanding it's not like listening to Trump. It's not like, it's more boring than listening to Trump because he's insane and he's weird and his brain is soup, but this is not the same at all. The Aliens Act is the act that they use to create internment camps. Her saying that there are illegal immigrants is not comparable in the fucking slightest to the Alien Protection Act of 1798 and Alien Enemies Act of 1798. It is not comparable at all. At all. It's not even close. One is over here, and the other one is way the fuck over there. Not even close. Yes, it is good for her to say for her voting. I don't like it, but it gets her votes. And I want her to win, no matter... I'm hyper-partisan for her right now. Okay? We need to be. It is the only option we have. If she loses, we're all fucked. You guys understand this, right? You don't have to like her. You just have to vote for her. Trump was told about that. No way he knew about it. Trump was told about what? The Alien Enemies Act. Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, Trump is not making decisions. Trump is being led around by his handlers. The people making decisions are the Nazis. Are people like J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Leonard Leo, people like the Heritage Foundation, people like Stephen Miller, people that have been in place for a long... Yeah, they're in power, not him. Exactly. Look at J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is just like the next Führer. You understand this, right? And again, he's also a puppet. Donald Trump is going to be dead within 5 years. He's like 80 years old. He's unhealthy. He's obese. He did coke for the whole entirety of his life. And he's stressed out and miserable. He's going to die soon. And when he does, it'll be J.D. Vance. But who's going to be standing behind J.D. Vance? The people who own him. This is not even oligarchy anymore. It's gone well beyond that. This is techno-fascist Nazism with a side of Christian nationalism. That's at least the most likely outcome, because I do still believe the bourgeoisie will end up winning in their like inner party conflict with the Christian nationalists and the Nazis. I think the bourgeoisie will be able to hold some ground there and stop them from doing some of the worst shit that they would do, purely because it would impact profit margins. Yeah.
The service
and sorry, I'm gonna bring that back so we get that whole sentence. But again, I'm telling you right now, it's not even about Vance. It's not even about Trump. If we win this election and we change nothing in 2028, you're gonna be having Elon Musk running on the Republican side. 100%. I promise you it will be Elon Musk running for president in 2028 if we do nothing to fix this.
General, a quote, low life. I will always honor, never denigrate, the service and sacrifice of our troops and their families, and fulfill our sacred obligation to care for them. I will strengthen, not surrender,
so much worse,
America's
Moper.
global leadership. And I will stand with our friends because I know that our alliances keep American people safe and make America stronger and more secure.
Here's the pro-Israel bit. Gross, cheeseburger.
Think that Donald Trump is an easy mark. Easy to manipulate with flattery.
Donald Trump was saying yesterday, I'm not a Nazi, I'm the opposite of a Nazi. Like, do you think it's difficult for the right to misinform their voters?
Or favor. And you can believe that autocrats like Putin and Kim Jong-un
Yes, because he's rich.
for him in this election. I will always uphold our security, advance our national interest, and ensure that the United States of America remains.
Because Trump? No, Trump just has a cult. He is the cult of personality. People think he's Jesus. Of course, they're not going to believe that he's a Nazi. They literally think he's the second coming. Elon Musk, we would call him a Nazi, and then he would just say, I'm not a Nazi, and then giggle about it on Twitter while posting Nazi propaganda, and then he'll still win the election. That would be an Elon presidency. An Elon campaign for presidency. It'd be, I'm not a Nazi, post Nazi shit on Twitter, laughs about it, and that's it. That would be the Elon president. It's what they're doing right now anyway. It literally is. People are calling Elon Musk a Nazi today because he's a Nazi, and he posts Nazi propaganda on his Twitter page. And then he'll say that I'm not a Nazi, and then go on stage and be dark MAGA and jump around and skip around like a dipshit, looking like the cringiest, weirdest fucking autist that I have ever seen. We'll see. We'll see.
As we must forever be a champion of liberty around the world. America, we know what Donald Trump has in mind.
True, Moper.
More chaos, more division, and policies that help those at the very top.
And death, guys, by the way, death, because they are a death cult. Remember, these are the people that want to get rid of the National Weather Service. These are the people that don't believe in climate change. These are the people where, like, you guys understand, like, 25 to 30% of MAGA think that the genocide in Gaza is good because it's going to lead to some event that kills everybody in Israel, and then Jesus comes down from the sky and brings everyone up to heaven. Like, they're insane. We're talking about death cult shit, right? They want the world to suffer. A lot of them do believe in climate change and don't care. Look at the bourgeoisie specifically. Like Elon Musk, he knows climate change is real. He's a full believer in all of the lies and everything, but he knows that climate change is real. And he's going to be just fine because he's a billionaire. He used to be somewhat progressive, Cheeseburger Murph. That's the funny thing. Go back and look at like old Elon Musk clips from 5-10 years ago. Go look at his tweets from 4, 5, 6 years ago. He got radicalized because his daughter is trans and it like broke his brain. Because that doesn't appeal to the average lib, Stalin. I'm sorry. Again, calling them Hitler, talking about concentration camps and genocide is good when you're trying to rally the left. But when you're trying to rally non-interested, unengaged, unaware voters, that shit sounds like a conspiracy theory. You just make fun of the other side. Make them cringe. That sounds delicious.
Hurt everyone else. I offer a different path. And I ask for your vote.
Woo!
And here
vote, motherfuckers.
I pledge to you. I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to make your life better. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking.
I said he used to be, like years and years ago. His trans kid being trans is what broke his brain. That's where the worm entered his mind from. He used to post pro-LGBT stuff. Like, he wasn't progressive. I just don't think that he was, like, he wasn't a Nazi. He wasn't crazy at the time. He was always stupid, and he was always bourgeois, but the bourgeoisie is pretty liberal generally, you know? They're neo-libs maybe, but they're not on the right. And then his kid being trans and all of the anti-trans propaganda made him start believing in, like, the woke mind virus, and you can see his decline over time. There's a YouTube videos made specifically of look at Elon Musk decline over time.
Progress.
But, like, you can ask, like, his daughter went and made posts about it. He was always a piece of shit. He was never a good person. He was just never this.
Pledge to listen to experts, to those who will be impacted by
Oh, thank God. Listening to experts. That's the thing that I forgot that the other side wants to get rid of, too.
Unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail.
And kill us.
I'll give them a seat at the table.
You're gonna give a socialist a seat at the table? Base.
I pledge to you to approach my work with the joy and optimism that comes from making a difference in people's lives.
I mean, to be fair,
I pledge to be
Tim Walz is kind of, he's kind of a soc dem, just a bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, Kamala, I'm coconut pilled. What am I missing at the Republic convention?
a president
Link me a clip.
for all Americans. And to always put country above party and self.
We all should be coconut pilled for the next week. It's the only way.
I love
Again?
our country with all my heart.
He's just dancing to the YMCA again? Again, this just tells me that his brain is soup and they don't actually feel like they need to rally anyone because they know that they're going to cheat.
And I believe in its promise because I've lived it. I grew up as a child of the Civil Rights Movement. My parents would take me to marches in a stroller.
Based.
Where crowds of people of all races, faiths, and walks of life came together to fight for the ideals of freedom and opportunity. I've lived the promise of America. I saw how hard our mother worked to give her daughters the same chances this country gave her. Growing up, I was blessed to have family by blood and family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, compassion, and faith.
Okay, fuck faith, but community and compassion. Have you heard anything from the Republicans about community, like building community, rather than saving it from the destruction the West has fallen, like a building community? Talk to your neighbors, make friends, make your community better. Have you heard anything from them on that? On compassion at all? God, no. They're the opposite of this. And this is, I think, what rallies the average American. The compassion, the community, the we're normal people. We need to work together. We're good people. They don't want you to be scaring them. They want you to be energizing them. I mean, no, it's not. Not unless, you know, you're talking to that woman and saying, oh, you should have more kids, and so should, you know, you should send them to this school, and then this school will be better, and you should run for school board because, you know, you have, like, a bunch of kids, and, like, none of that shit, like, they do nothing. It's just have more kids. Yeah, you can look at Trump, like, 10 years ago having a speech, and Trump now, ridiculous. Again, we used to make fun of George W. Bush for being a dumbass. Go back and watch an old George W. Bush clip. I beg you. He sounds like a scholar compared to Donald Trump in his best day.
Always defined our nation at its best. I've lived the promise of America. I've spent my life fighting for the people who have been hurt and counted out, but never stopped believing that in our country, anything is possible. I've lived the promise of America, and I see the promise of America in all of you. In all of you.
This is what I mean.
I see it in the young people who are voting for the first time.
Hopefully. This is what I mean by I believe in, like, the good parts of America, the good bits that we built this country on. We just have issues that need to be worked out.
Are determined to live free from gun violence and to protect our planet and to shape the world they inherit.
Good, I want the libs to go crazy right now. Maybe if they'll go out and vote then.
Refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom.
Goddamn right.
And the men who support them. I see it in Republicans who have never voted for a Democrat before, but have put the Constitution of the United States over party.
Again, it's fascism versus status quo. It's Nazis versus status quo. Death camps versus status quo.
Our pursuit of freedom, our belief in fairness and decency, and our faith in a better future.
But I agree with this entire statement.
I know the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. I know it.
True.
And that's why I am in this race, to fight for the people, just like I always have.
She has a bunch of Republicans on her side. It's not weak. It's the Republicans have been one of the strongest campaigners for her. Her getting this far in the campaign is because of the she had to either pick, right? She could have like gathered support from the left, which would have meant changing policy on Israel. She couldn't do that. So she gathered support from the right. And it's not undecided Republicans, it's moderate Republicans. I don't think there are any undecided voters left. Aside from like the 6 people who have brain damage and will decide on the day of the election based on, I don't know, whichever sign they see first that day. There are no undecided voters. You're either just not voting or you're decided.
Was born when we wrested freedom from a petty tyrant. Across the generations, Americans have preserved.
No, she's not aiming for them now. This is not a come vote for me speech. This is not a come to my side speech. This is a go out and vote speech. This is a get out the vote speech. This is not a ad to like, she's not trying to get people over to her campaign anymore. This is the closing arguments. This is why you need to go out and vote, not, why you should vote for me. There's a difference between those two things. You can see it in the ads that get released this week too. If you're like been paying attention to the different ads that the attack ads that are coming from the right and the ads that are coming from the left, they're all shifted to get out and vote, not vote for this person, because that's what happens in the last week of the election. That's what's important. At this point, you're not gonna you're not gonna change anyone's mind. Anyone who's decided is already decided. This is get people energized and keep up that energy for the week so that they will actually go vote, because having people go and vote is the hard part. People don't vote. That's the thing. That's the issue, is y'all don't vote. And like in Australia, there's mandatory voting. You have to vote here. You get fined. And I don't like that. But maybe we need that in America, at least for like a year or two. Maybe we do a trial period, a trial election where everyone legally has to vote. That'd be nice. Just to see. Who knows? Could be good. Just y'all don't fucking vote, and it's infuriating.
And in so doing, proved to the world that a government of, by, and for the people is strong and can endure.
I know my hope, Moper.
And those who came before us, the patriots at Normandy and Selma, Seneca Falls, and Stonewall.
Stone.
On farmlands and factory floors. They did not struggle, sacrifice, and lay down their lives.
And Donald Trump would shut down all of their rights to do so. Again, we're talking about protesters. We're talking about labor unions in this specific sentence. She's talking about labor unions. She's talking about protesters.
Only to see us cede our fundamental freedoms. They didn't do that, only to see us submit to the will of another petty tyrant. These United States of America, we are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictators.
No, we're a vessel for the schemes of the bourgeoisie.
The United States of America is the greatest idea humanity ever devised. A nation
That's a claim.
big enough to encompass all our dreams, strong enough to withstand any fracture or fissure between us, and fearless enough to imagine a future of possibilities. So America,
I like this rhetoric.
let us reach for that future. Let us fight for this beautiful country.
Yeah, no, me too. Like, this is kind of strong.
And in 7
I like this
days,
speech.
we have the power. Each of you has the power to turn the page and start writing the next chapter in the most extraordinary
Based.
story.
Again, this is you get out and make a difference. You start writing the next chapter.
And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Good speech. Good speech. I like, it was strong. I agree. I'm like lived up right now. The liberals will love this. Absolutely. And that's a good thing. We want them to love this. We want the liberals happy right now because they're kind of our only hope. So good speech. Honestly, much better than I expected. I did not I was prepared for disappointment and a lot more boredom. And she did not give us that. So I am pretty thankful. I'm all for full sentences. Me too. Hold on. I got some other stuff to jump to now. I'm going to go and please shut up. You are very loud. I'm gonna go run to the toilet real quick, but I need you guys to see this because I wanted to have a chat about this. This is good, but it's also weirdly cringy. I don't know. It's interesting. We're campaigning in Fortnite now. I'll be back really quickly.
Both campaigns going after young voters. Here's one thing you might have missed. Trump and Harris are now turning to gamers, trying to capture those votes. Donald Trump, for example, recently went on the live stream of famous streamer Aiden Ross, and the Harris campaign is now rolling out this, a new virtual world in the game Fortnite called Freedom Town USA. It's full of campaign signs and even highlights some of the Harris campaign's policy positions. But could that really sway this race with that key demographic of young voters? Joining me now to discuss all of this is Gene Park, video game critic for The Washington Post. Gene, welcome in. Big fan of your work, by the way. First time you and I have ever met. And firstly,
thanks, Jay.
What does this Freedom Town USA map inside of Fortnite really look like? What does it encourage players to do? And what kind of impact could it have on the race?
Thanks for having me on, Jay. I actually played a little bit of it last night. When you enter into Freedom Town, you get a little message, telling everybody about their platform. But the theme of Freedom Town USA in Fortnite is actually Infrastructure Week. You are tasked to build different types of buildings, and you basically go in there and you accomplish certain mini games. So it's like a little bit of a carnival fun fair where you accomplish certain mini games to gain tickets, so you can get your work equipment.
So this
you can go
is weird, but I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie. This is cringe. This is weird, but I do like it because video games are a very right-wing centered communities. A lot of them. A lot of these gamers listen to right-wingers, listen to grifters, listen to manosphere types. There is obviously historically and today been a significant amount of misogyny in the gaming world. Remember Gamergate, guys? Like, so this is good. I do like this because it includes the left inside of video games. It opens the conversation up that doesn't just rely only on right-wing grift talking points. And I am a fan of that. What did I do with my shit? God damn it. 1 second. Failure of mine. Okay. Not all gamers are incels. I'm a gamer too. Like, there are gamers that are not incels. It is important to reach out to them. It is important to change the culture. It's important to change the culture that exists in the gaming world by adding the discourse that isn't just incel manosphere discourse. That's how we change that.
On and build stuff. And that's what Fortnite really is. Fortnite is very much a game.
I've never played Fortnite, not once in my life. I think it's cringe, but I'm 29 years old and a girl, so obviously I think Fortnite is cringe. But there are a lot of people that play, a lot of people play Fortnite, a lot of them. And a lot of them are young people who have the ability to vote and are probably choosing not to vote. That's why this is important.
Half about multiplayer competitive shooting, but also a lot about building, and that's that's kind of
hair all over my face
evolved into, and that's what the campaign used in terms of creating this world. Now, to answer your question about whether this could swing voters, who knows? We've never really seen anything like this before.
And that's my point. Exactly. We don't know whether this could swing voters or not, but if we keep doing it, it certainly will. This is just propaganda. Propaganda doesn't always mean a bad thing. Propaganda is a neutral tool that can be used for good and can be used for bad. You can propaganda good things. We do this all the time. In fact, you can call any anti-Trump campaign ad a propaganda ad. It's just positive propaganda. It's propaganda for good, not for bad. And this is exactly that. Well, probably, but it's still worth doing this. I think that this won't backfire in a way that's worse than not doing it at all. Do I think that it'll help in this election? Sorry, I'm trying to get all of the fucking cat hair off my face. Shouldn't have kissed my cat all that many times. I don't think this will help much in this election, but this is a good precedent to set, and that we should keep doing this.
In 2020, kind of played around with Animal Crossing during the pandemic during that time, and Biden did win the election in 2020. So there's that. So we'll see.
This is why we have AOC and Tim Walz playing video games on Twitch.
And I think that's what the campaign wants, right?
So we've seen the Trump campaign try to have a similar.
How is it embarrassing, F1 2022? It's their job to get people to vote. I don't know if Walz won or not, but like it's a good idea. I'm glad that they're reaching out to younger voters. I'm glad that they're doing stuff on like Twitch. They're playing games. They're entering the culture that is usually reserved for the right, usually reserved for misogynists and racists and Nazis. Like, you've been in a Call of Duty lobby before, I'm sure. Some of you are old enough to have had a headset on and sat in like a Modern Warfare 2 lobby. It's awful. I know this experience from Halo. We can change this by doing what we're doing now. This is a good thing. I don't know why you think this is embarrassing. That's, again, Republicans are the ones that say this. You're repeating MAGA talking points. In fact, I've seen that exact MAGA talking point today from a MAGA account on Twitter. Hey, like, you're at least as old as me. I don't know. How old are you? I'm 29, so you're probably older than me.
Similar strategy going on with that streamer Aiden Ross, and as well as Trump is doing it.
Yes, also, the right is also doing this. Trump went on Aiden Ross's stream and had to, like, they committed FEC violations on that stream. Yeah, exactly. They need to try everything in their arsenal short of cheating. This is not a bad thing at all. And damn, I'm older than you, F1 2022. Now I feel old.
Audience is young males. But I guess when it comes to Harris, is this strategy working? Because I've seen some reporting that Freedom Town USA and Fortnite isn't getting a lot of players or users. It's up against a difficult video.
Any news you're going to get from the gaming world is all influenced and built by like the Nazi fucking machine of sending out misinformation. They are fully like, there's a reason why any movie, TV show, any video game, anything comes out now, any new thing, you're flooded with articles and videos of people complaining. And that is built on this. They want you to hate the discourse around Starfield, the discourse around actually they couldn't do it with Baldur's Gate 3 because it was just objectively a good game. But every TV show that comes out that they think is woke, every new movie, all the Marvel stuff, everyone that's complaining about comic book movies, those are all manufactured complaints by the right. People who are higher educated vote Democrat. The more education you have, the more likely you are to vote Democrat, whereas the less educated you are, the more likely you are to vote Republican. We know this. There are facts on this. In fact, we discussed this yesterday, as the less educated you are and the less exposure you have, the more likely you are to have a disgust feeling, and the likely you are to feel disgust and fear responses when faced with stimuli make it more likely for you to be a conservative. Remember when incels got mad because female characters weren't caked up or didn't have revealing clothing? Yes, I do. I do, in fact, remember that. And this is how you fix it, by changing the culture in gaming. I'm not trying to start a second Gamergate here, by the way, guys. Like, we can bring this down a notch. It's just, this is good because it is a thing that the Democrats have not tried, and now they're trying. It's good. I like it. I like us trying. I like us actually attempting to win the election.
There's a new Call of Duty out. I know that from my personal experience. Is it getting a lot of play?
It's not getting too much play. When I was logged on yesterday, it was just a couple hundred people.
This is true, Oprah.
That could matter, and it's I don't think the effort was that huge. That I think they're looking for thousands or millions of people. That's the trouble with Fortnite. Within Fortnite, people are creating their own game. So Kamala's Fortnite game is actually competing with a bunch of other.
Right. So we understand that this is good for democracy, whether it's a bit cringe or not.
You don't have soap, sorry.
The Rivera family lives.
Please be quiet. I didn't ask you to play. This is just a little random palette cleanser. You guys see this? Google fined $20 decillion US by the Russian government. Like, obviously they're not going to pay this, but I saw this morning being reported by like Gizmodo and Indian and Russian news sites, and I think this is so funny. Why? What brought them to make this decision? Why would this? I mean, obviously this is never going to occur in real life. This is a ridiculous, yeah, well, it's for the lulz. I think it is kind of funny, and they're not going to get any money out of it, obviously. You guys want to see what people feel like about the deportation plan? I do, because again, we talked about it, deporting 50 bajillion Americans. Now that was $20 decillion, which equals like something undecillion rubles. It's not real. I mean, it's a real article posted by real Russian news channels, but it's Russian news channels. It's 2 undecillion rubles, $20 decillion. Where is it again? Let me open it. I had it linked here. It's making me find it after I closed it. Here we go. Giant over 20 decillion US dollars, 2 undecillion Russian rubles. Yeah, I think 1 egg is half a decillion in Russia. It's their own fault anyway. Whatever. So, Donald Trump wants to deport a lot of people. He wants to do the largest ethnic cleansing in human history. What do people in the United States feel about this? Let's have a look.
You don't have soap, sorry.
The Rivera family lives in fear of what would be the worst day of their lives.
I was afraid that one day they would come home and he wouldn't be here.
The day that nobody comes up and picks me up from school.
You know, what if he just, like, doesn't appear? Like, what if he just, like, doesn't come home after today?
Jenny met her husband, an undocumented immigrant from Mexico, here in this North Carolina county 18 years ago.
People never think it'll affect them until it does. All of these, it's the leopards won't eat my face crowd. It's exactly that.
The family asked we not show his face or share his name because they are worried
Smart.
he might be deported.
He probably will be.
As a high school teacher and mother of their 2 teenage daughters, Isabella and
This
Mackenzie,
is disgusting,
the
guys.
stakes of
Like, the idea of mass deportations on its own is disgusting. The idea of illegalizing, like, to make a human being's existence in a country illegal, I think is also disgusting. But this goes so much beyond that. This isn't about immigration. This isn't about protection. This is about hatred, and this is about a inner desire to make other humans suffer because they want to. This is just plain evil. This is demonic. This has no benefit for literally anybody except for the people who want to see others suffer.
her husband being deported are high. Jenny says she lives in fear that her next phone call
Inshallah, they don't get deported.
he's been deported.
I mean, yes. Answered in Turkish for some reason. Yeah, the Harris rally was good. I thought that was an excellent speech from her.
Accidentally butt dials me in the middle of the day and I see his name come up on my phone, my heart just sinks. And I have to step out and answer that phone call.
Now, former President Trump is campaigning on the promise of mass deportations, invoking wartime.
You went to the rally in D.C.? You were there? You know what I'm going to do instead? I'm just going to deport you and bring you back to where you came from. Goodbye.
Powers laws to deport more undocumented migrants living inside the country than
Every
any
time.
president in
Every time I start talking about immigration, some fucking Nazi jumps in my chat.
American history.
I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Think of that.
Again, the law that we used to create internment camps for the Japanese and the Germans during World War II. That's what he's talking about. That's pretty cool, a boy that's okay, based. And what happened was a Trumper came in and said, like, we should deport everyone who's an illegal immigrant and all of their descendants going back to, like, 18-something. I don't know, it was ridiculous nonsense, Nazi shit. It's just Nazi shit.
Are back.
Though Jenny's husband does not.
Did I get that wrong? Was that not them saying we should deport everybody who's an undocumented immigrant and all of their family and all of their descendants? That is what he was saying. Don't do that, a boy that's okay. Don't fall into the, I'm pretty sure. I read it twice before I banned him. Don't fall into the red versus blue, like, sports matchup mindset that they want you to fall into. It's not how this works. Yes, though, Stalin, 50% of America is cooked.
Not have a criminal record. He was previously stopped at the border.
That's why we need to stop Trump, because it won't be 50% if he wins. It'll be 90% of America's cooked.
Mexico, making him a possible target for deportation.
Or 99, really.
By ICE. North Carolina's new 287G law guarantees local law enforcement's cooperation with ICE. In a future Trump administration, that could mean the Rivera's father is more likely to be deported back to Mexico, while his U.S. citizen wife and daughters would remain behind. Their father says he lives in the shadows to stay protected.
I don't make any trouble. I just go work and coming home, pick up my kids, take it to soccer, and that's it.
There, I unbanned him, Moper, all right? I unbanned him. I give him a chance to come in here and say something again. But I promise you, it was not Alex Jones has no peers. Okay, look, this is the kind of stuff this person was saying. Where'd you go? Oh my God, I lost it. Come back. Chat log, right? You said since 1492, not since 18 something. It's a joke. It's not a funny joke. You want to deport people. It's not a joke. Did you say what you think I said? Because I'm just going to ban you again. I don't want Nazis in my chat. And if you're talking about deporting millions of people, you're close enough to a Nazi for me. But I'm giving you the option. Moper said that I may have read what you said wrong. And if I did, I'm sorry, but I want to know what the reality of what you said was.
My family is everything for me.
Yes, a boy, that's okay. And those protesters are stupid. They're dumb. We covered this many times already today.
Differently if they knew his status.
I think it's the last 8 years with the Trump talking about us.
I still don't agree with that either. I don't think we should deport anybody. Okay, I did read what you said wrong, and I apologize. I'm wrong. We shouldn't deport anybody. At all. None. Nobody gets deported. Nobody gets to decide where other people can live anymore. It is, yeah, exactly. First of all, deported to where, that's a stupid question. But secondly, a lot of those people haven't done anything wrong. Well, yes, but it's not useful because it makes it seem like that's what the left wants to do, which is very much untrue. But the right fully 100% believes that that's what we want to do, because that's what they're told from the moment they wake up till the moment they get to go to bed, is that there is a deliberate manufactured effort to replace white people with colored people. That's what they believe. It is ridiculous. And so is their plan of ethnically cleansing 50 bajillion immigrants from the United States. It's also ridiculous. We need to stop thinking about it this way. There's no, you can't make someone living somewhere illegal. People aren't illegal. Land is land, sure. Like the great replacement theory, exactly. And I get most Americans don't want open borders, but again, that's because they don't understand how that would work. It's not their fault. But at the very least, we could stop deporting people. Stop deporting them. Kamala Harris's idea of make it easier for them to become citizens is a good start at the very least. Because they don't understand how economics works, a boy, that's okay. And they're also terrified of brown people. A lot of the MAGA people on the right are only there because they're afraid that black men are fucking their white wives. That's why they're there. That is a base belief of a good chunk of Republicans. And, well, because of stupid people. Racism is a thing because it was manufactured. It is an idea that has been spread and purposefully manufactured and purposefully taught. And it became a system that we used, we had slavery and everything that came after. Racism existed long before, obviously, America did. Well, yes, exactly. But that is a symptom of already existing slavery and prejudice. Sorry, not slavery, racism and prejudice. Racism and prejudice go back a longer time than I can put a number on right now. Multiculturalism is needed, but no, white men are not inherently racist, F1 2022. There is no, people are not inherently one thing or the other. Nobody is inherently racist. Nobody is inherently bad. Nobody is inherently evil. Nobody is inherently greedy. All of these are systems that people grow up, and the way that which we live and the things that we interact with, the material conditions of our lives are what shape our ideologies. There is no innate human psychology. Agreed, Stalin. And when I say there's no innate human psychology, obviously I don't mean in general. Like, we do have some innate psychological processes of, like, how to think, how to store information, how to connect information that we see in front of us. Those are all psychological processes that are innate. I mean ideologies. There is no inherently racist human on this earth. It is all based on the material conditions in which they live and the external factors that were applied to them as they grew up. That's what racism comes from. That's where misogyny comes from. That's where hatred comes from. It comes from fear and disgust being weaponized by a malicious third party to essentially create this feeling, to put more pressure on it, to make it scarier. It's as old as the Stone Age, exactly. You didn't care whether someone was black when you were 2. I was talking about this yesterday, in fact, around gay people and trans people, because one of my chatters was not sure if their kids seeing gay people could make them confused. It wasn't like a bad thing. I'm not a Republican here, just confusion. And we went into this topic, we went into it in detail, in that kids don't get confused about these things. They don't think about sex and gender and race. They're just kids. They see other people and they say, oh, look, that's a person. Oh, are they different from me? That's cool. I wonder how or why. That's how children think. No, I think of it as suspicious area, like 90% of the people. Well, that's institutional racism. Oh boy, that's okay. That is a belief system that has been put forward by the society that we live in and has been essentially ingrained into your mind. A lot of Americans feel that way. A lot of Americans don't think that they're racist when they're racists. You can put a black guy in a suit in front of like the average American, the average MAGA. Just take the average man out of MAGA, put them in a restaurant booth, and put a black man in a suit across from them in this restaurant and have them converse and eat food. They would be likely perfectly reasonable, rational. They would have a nice conversation and they would go away. But if you take that same MAGA person and you put them in a situation where they're walking down the street and there's 3 black guys walking their way, and I guess these 3 black guys, let's say they're going to the gym. They're ready to go to the gym. They have a tank top on. They got their basketball shorts. They're just a group of 3 guys. They're walking to the local gym to go work out. That white guy is much more likely to be racist in this situation because it's situational and it's a foundational amount. It's the institutionalized racism that they don't actually often think about. Not most, Republicans, MAGA, all of them, they cannot understand the difference between personal racism and institutional racism. Personal racism being me saying something racist to you, and institutional racism being systems put in place that benefit one ethnic group or race over the others at the expense of others. Like the amount of, let's say, black people that go to prison for nonviolent drug offenses. This is institutional racism. Then the distinction there is important. Both are bad. Racism is obviously bad in both cases. But how you go about interacting with it and working through it are different in the case whether it's institutional or whether it is personal. Which is why, by the way, the Republicans have such a big issue with DEI, because DEI is a way of dealing with institutional racism. But they think that it is racism against white people. That's how they phrase it, because they can't get past the interpersonal racism versus institutional racism conversation. Well, yes, they do. Police often are very violent to black people. Police kill black people. I mean, that's what Black Lives Matter was about. Oh boy, that's okay. If you remember, 2020, that's what that was about. Anyway, all of these things affect the average American. They make people feel scared. They make people feel certain ways. And I do think that racism should be allowed by freedom of speech. I think it's wrong. I think you shouldn't be racist. I just don't think the government should be censoring the speech of the average American, which you might think contradicts with my belief that the government should be censoring the speech of the news media and of the politicians when they're lying, but that's it. That's all, as far as I want it to go. No, free speech should not be banned. Free speech is based. MLs should not control the narrative. And you are timed out for 10 minutes because this distracted me. Sorry. You're not, banned or anything. I just need 10 minutes of not argue with me so we can talk about the fact that Americans in America right now are fucking terrified of Donald Trump, as they should be. This is what you're about to see in this video. This family sentiment should be shared by all of us, even if you're not an immigrant, even if you don't live in America, because this will still affect you.
That way it's kind of, it's like my daughter says, it's kind of a little bit difficult.
I ban Trump supporters that are saying overtly bad things that I disagree with and that are against my rules. I time out people for because I don't like what they said, or because they're interrupting me. And you might be next. In my chat, I can time out someone for 10 minutes if I want to make a conversation. Move to the next part of it. This is not the goal. We're off topic, so I'm getting us back on track.
Like a one at a time.
I don't block anybody. That's I banned like 2 people since I've begun this channel.
They think the country is ready for mass deportations, even involving families. Ron Vitello served as acting director
Don't be sorry.
under Trump.
Just understand.
The first Trump administration worked on a plan to target families for deportation. Part of the problem, Vitello said, was they were worried about how the public would respond to families being deported.
Do you think
Again, this is the guy who said we should deport entire families if only part of the family is an illegal immigrant and the whole family is not. He's the guy that said we should just deport them all.
American public
This guy
is more willing to see something like that now?
I think it's necessary.
Wait, no, it's not this guy.
I think the polling that I've seen in media and sources such as that people are ready to have that happen because we've got more than 10 million people that have been encountered by CBP at the border since the Biden-Harris administration took over. And so people are really kind of tired of the impact that that's having.
Kamala Harris has blamed Republicans, spurred on by Trump, for blocking a bipartisan bill that she said would have secured the border if passed earlier this year.
Again, this was a terrible border, and I'm very glad that this did not pass. See ya, boy, that's okay. This border bill would have been awful for the United States and for everyone around. I'm very glad it did not pass.
6% of registered voters are in favor of mass deportations of immigrants
That's disgusting.
living in the country illegally. But 58% also said they were in favor of allowing undocumented immigrants married to U.S. citizens to stay. Chad Wolf served as acting Secretary of Homeland Security under
fucking
Trump,
coherent.
though he says he does not speak for the Trump campaign now. While the Biden administration has prioritized criminals and made no effort to target families like the Riveras, Wolf said families with U.S. citizen children should not be exempted from deportation.
Do you think that families...
This is what we're talking about, guys. Again, families with U.S. children should not be exempted. So what are you going to do if both your parents are undocumented immigrants and you are an American citizen? What, they're going to deport you as well as your parents? Obviously, this is evil. This is literally like Hitler. This guy is right in this moment being Hitler.
would be exempted from deportations under a future Trump administration?
Well, I don't know why you would exempt any class of individuals from the law. That just doesn't make sense to me.
We also asked him about the Rivera's daughter's fear of their father's deportation.
What would you say to her? You have children. Should she be afraid?
Well, again, the hypotheticals are very difficult. I have no idea what their background is.
Literally just made the exact hypothetical, but when you apply it to an actual person, you're a pussy and you back out. Of course.
They're extenuating circumstances of some kind. You're not going to see.
They're always
individual
such
priority,
pussies.
For removal. As look, the end goal here is to protect Americans and protect American communities. So we
Protect white Americans from immigrants existing. That's what he's saying.
The worst of the worst out of those communities.
The only way the Rivera's father could apply to live legally in the United States, as the Rivera's understand it, would be to leave the U.S. for 10 years.
My kids would have to live outside the country for 10 years.
10 years?
Or he lives outside the country for 10 years and I stay here.
Look, Mopar, I am 100% on board with being a fan of cats and pussy. I'm all on board with you here. I'm a big fan of both. I'm still going to call them pussies, though. Like, I understand the joke. If you watch The Magicians, it's a really good show. There's a character, Margot, in like later seasons where instead of calling someone a pussy, she calls them like a nutsack or testicle or something like that because they're weaker. It just doesn't sound the same. It's not as fun to say. This is the word. We live in this world, and I'm going to keep using the words. Language is language. Find a better insult that means exactly the same thing, and I will. Oh, okay. Well, I like pussy and cats. I'm a fan of both.
But when's the best 10 years for him to miss?
To his teenage
This is
daughters,
obscene.
losing dad is not an option at this time.
No
in their
fucking
lives.
shit, it's not.
He's the one that I talk to about my day and how things are going, how my love life is going, how everything is.
Julia Ainsley joins us tonight.
I'm sorry, but like they want you to suffer, kid. I'm sorry. They hate you. They hate your father. They hate you and your family existing. They just want you to suffer. In fact,
what if I told you this?
What if I told you to stop autoplaying? Let's have a look at what Donald Trump had to say today. So apparently he started this rally 50 minutes late, maybe an hour and a half late.
In Pennsylvania, where some serious things have been caught or in the process of being caught, but
Citation
the election
needed.
itself is going very well. It's going very well.
I am indeed.
Demoralization, and really a can of.
See, like, the chatter earlier who said that watching Kamala was like watching Trump, not true. This is, like, I am having difficulty playing these videos because I just know that it's horrible and it's going to make me mad.
Running on a campaign of
But we have to. This guy might be the president.
demoralization,
Again.
and really a campaign of destruction.
Right, so,
Demoralization, and really a campaign of destruction.
and destruction. You guys watched the campaign rally with me. You watched her speech. Was it demoralizing? Was it a campaign of destruction? No, obviously not. Every word that these people say is a lie.
But really, perhaps more than anything else, it's a campaign of hate.
Hate, yes, we were talking about hate. That's what Kamala Harris was just talking about.
Yesterday that she's a vessel, and she is a vessel. It's a very big, powerful party with smart people. I have to be smart.
Every accusation is a confession.
Vicious, and they're perhaps even trying to destroy our country.
Yeah, of course,
Because who would want open borders where millions of people can fly?
Every accusation is a confession from these people. Every single one.
Prisons and from gangs.
Give me one example where it's not. I've yet to find it. Unfortunately, I've tried to prove myself wrong because I'm tired of saying this every time, but it's just, it's factual. I've yet to be proven wrong. Just like I've yet to be proven wrong on the fact that every one of these people are Nazis and lying, at least the ones that are on stage with their mics. In fact, I've been proven correct on that. The fact that they hate women, I've been proven correct on that as well.
Gangs, the worst gang members anywhere in the world. Who would want this for our country? Who would want all of these transgender operations all over the place, like at will? Even if you're in detention, I want a transgender. These are things she's running on.
I, for one, am in favor of transgender inmates in American prisons being funded by American taxpayer money. I'm in favor of this. Fuck you, Donald Trump. Yeah, maybe that time where he admitted that he lost accidentally was the one time where he told the truth ever.
If you take a look at Venezuela, their crime is way, way, way down. Then you go to Caracas and you wouldn't recognize it. You can actually walk the streets without being shot or killed or mugged.
What, you can't do that in America? I mean, maybe shot, okay, but that's not the Democrats' fault. That's your fault entirely.
A safe city because they've taken all their criminals. Most of them, the rest are coming.
U.S. crime has continued to go down.
Drug dealers, and they've put them into the United States of America. Thank you very much, Kamala. I appreciate
Citation needed.
If you take a look at Venezuela, their crime is way.
By the way, this is what U.S. crime looks like from 1990 to 2022. Does that look like crime's going up to you? Because doesn't look like it's going up to me. Crime is going down there because they're sending their criminals here. Exactly, that's his point. But if it was true, we would see crime going up here, which it's not. And we already know is untrue. I don't know, like, why am I even bothering to fact check Donald Trump, honestly?
And we're talking about thousands of people in very similar situations every day under Kamala, open border policies.
He's very low energy today.
And if you remember,
this is like, because this is from today. I was expecting a more energy from him, you know, like after Madison Square Garden, but no.
Biden appointed her as the border czar.
We're going to dip out of Donald Trump's remarks there. He is making a number of false claims. So we want to interrupt what he is saying for a few moments and go straight to Daniel Dale, our fact checker. Daniel, I mean, one of the things.
Wow. Okay, CNN doing your job for once. That was funny. I didn't expect them to just cut in the middle, be like, okay, we're gonna cut away from Donald Trump because he's lying again.
Trump did just at the start of all of this, falsely claiming that the 2020 election was stolen from him. We have debunked that so many times. That is just an outright lie. But what are you picking up on? I mean, obviously.
And we're talking about.
So funny.
The former president continues.
And yes, you're right. His base does not care.
Very moving there.
What just happened here?
The former president continues.
Weird scenes as Fox seems to prepare to bail on Trump, but then reconsiders.
With a telephone cord in her home, Kayla's murderer was an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member, among the most vicious gangs anywhere in the world.
Yep, of course,
Was found
100%.
raped, tied up and strangled to death with a telephone cord in her home. Kayla's murderer was an illegal alien, MS-13.
Here we go.
32,000.
Continue. We're gonna get through this whole thing. You need to see the distinction. We just watched Kamala Harris. Now look at the other side and tell me that there isn't a fucking difference.
They dropped 32,000 illegal aliens. They tried to give them legal terminology, but it's not illegal.
We literally gave them legal status to come to the United States and work here. Like that, they tried to give them legal language. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Illegal aliens, 32,000 into a 50,000 person town. Beautiful town. No
we're talking about Springfield, Ohio, of course, the town in which the immigrants saved the town, where people were leaving and companies were shutting down because the factories couldn't find enough labor. Yes, of course, they entirely destroyed it. And no, they're not both genocidal freaks. Like, obviously, I don't support the genocide, and obviously the Democrats doing so is not good, but they're not the same at all. They're not both genocidal freaks in the slightest. Again, pay attention.
Over the town.
This is not the same as agreeing with Israel while you're the vice president of the president who agrees with Israel. They've already said that they're going to push harder for a ceasefire, which doesn't really mean much. But again, they are not actively exterminationist. Kamala's not pro-genocide. She's pro-Israel. Kamala Harris is not going to stop the genocide, which is why everyone calls her pro-genocide and will call me a genocide supporter for telling you to go vote for Kamala Harris. It's not true. She does not want to stop it. She's not going to stop it, rather. I don't know if she wants to, but she does support Israel. However, she's the only one that we can change the mind of. She's not the exterminationist one. She's not genocidal. Overtly. She's not the one talking about wanting to do genocide, whereas he is. Okay, yes, she supports the genocide now at the moment. Again, we've talked about this. She's the vice president. Do I believe that she has beliefs that are all that different from Joe Biden's on the issue? Not particularly, but she's going to be better on it than he is because Joe Biden is ideologically a Zionist and Kamala Harris is not ideologically driven. She's driven by whichever way the waves are going. She moves with the party and with the temperature of the party. She is not a genocide supporter. She's just also the vice president, so she can't really say anything that goes against the administration that she's working part of. She's the vice president. She can't go out there and say, no, I think everything the president says is stupid and wrong. Not that she would, but she's not Joe Biden level of genocide supporter. There is a difference. And again, we don't know what her plans are. And again, the president doesn't really get to decide whether we're going to be pro-Israel or not anyway. Joe Biden made it worse. He can help Israel more, but there is no reality in which any president can just come in and say, no, we're changing foreign policy entirely and have no issues doing so. None. This is not going to happen. It's possible, but it would be a difficult process and it would be a long drawn out process. You can't compare Kamala Harris's support for Israel to Donald Trump talking about several genocides that he wants to start in the United States. She can't do that, Stalin. That goes against the Biden administration, which she's a part of. And yes, Reagan did, but this is Reagan as president. Kamala Harris is not the president. She doesn't have the ability nor the right to. And shame that she's right of Reagan. Are you crazy? She's not to the right of Reagan. We just watched her speech in which she's very clearly a progressive lib, a weak progressive lib, but a progressive lib nonetheless. You people need to pay attention and understand nuance. You think this is the fucking same?
Aurora probably is an even worse situation because you have the meanest, worst gang from Venezuela in the world.
This is all made up entirely. You think this is better?
And they've literally taken over.
You think this is the
They've
same?
taken over large sections of the town. They've gone into the real estate business. They've taken over apartment complex.
What do you mean by the Suez crisis? You mean the Houthis? I was in favor of bombing the Houthis. Now, is it because, like, obviously they said they were doing it to stop the genocide, but you don't get to do global piracy that affects millions of people all over the world. Do you understand that their stand for we're going to start bombing ships in the Gulf of Aden going to the Suez Canal to stop the genocide in Israel, first of all, did nothing to stop Israel. They targeted no Israeli ships, and all they did was increase the prices of grain, medicine, food, everything, all over the world, especially in African countries, like 30, 40%. You don't get to just do global piracy, not in the current system that we have. The global logistic network is incredibly fragile. We saw this during COVID, we saw this during the Ukraine war, and we saw this with the Houthis. It takes one little tick to fuck everybody up all over the world. You don't get to do global piracy, even if you say you're doing it for a good cause. I don't care.
They took over a number of complexes where the people are paying them rent. They've become the landlord.
This is a lie again. There's no evidence of any of this happening. The mayor of Aurora, Colorado said that this was fake. We've seen videos of it. But again, this is just, it is piracy. It's not a legal embargo. First of all, new CIA drone. They're not the government of Yemen. It wasn't an embargo because there were ships still getting through. They didn't block entrance. It was absolutely piracy because they went onto the boats and stole shit. They stole the boats even in some cases. He wants more genocide in Israel. He also wants more genocide at home. And yes, it's not to say that Kamala is not pro-genocide in Gaza. It's not about whether the Democrats will stop the genocide in Gaza. It's about this guy will make it worse. I fully support not attacking Iran. I support leaving Iran alone. Iran is the only rational actor left in the region. Are you guys insane?
Tough people, and they have the latest weapons. They have military.
Iran is the only rational region left in the only rational country left in the region. And no, I'm not anti-Houthi. I'm just anti-attacking the global shipping networks. Yes, they're rational. They're the ones that are trying to not start a war. No opinion. Iran was bombed on their soil in their capital a week ago. Prior to that, their consulate was bombed in Syria by Israel again. Prior to that, they were bombed in their capital again by Syria. Sorry, not by Syria, by Israel, assassinating a high-ranking member of the Iranian government. How is this not them being rational by not attacking back? They have gone out of their way to not provoke a larger war, out of their way to seem like, to show the world that they are not aggressive, that they're not the instigators here. They're acting in self-defense. They are the only rational actor left in the region. No, I don't want libs to bomb Yemen. I said I supported them bombing the Houthis when they were doing piracy. You cannot put words in my mouth, all right? And no, I don't want to help kill more innocent people in Israel, you fucking moron. I want less people to die. It depends on how stupid your disagreement is. Like, new CIA drone pilot is getting pretty fucking close, saying that I want to kill more innocent people to help genocidal Israel. That's getting pretty close to me banning you. Where the fuck do you get off thinking that you can come into my chat and put words in my mouth that I didn't say and claim that I'm a genocide supporter when I've been sitting here for the last 3 hours and 40 minutes talking about how to prevent more genocide, how to stop the Nazis, how to fix the issues that are existing in our government and in the world? Shut the fuck up and listen to me, or fuck off. You can disagree with me about bombing the Houthis. I think that it's bad to fuck with global trade logistics when it literally affects 30, 40, 50 million people and they die because they can no longer afford food or medicine. I think that's worse than allowing the Houthis to go, like bomb random ships that aren't even going to or related to Israel? Because again, they said it was an embargo. Not a single ship that the Houthis attacked was headed to or coming from Israel. None of them, not a single one. So how did this help Israel? How did this help Gaza at all? How did this prevent Israel's actions at all? None. Literally zero. Nothing. It did nothing.
Some of the best. Destruction of our economy. Our economy is not, this is just...
Oh, we're talking about the economy, eh? All right, hold on.
Some of the best people on Wall Street are saying the economy is only good because they think, I don't want to say this because other people have said it. It's not me saying it, but they think Trump is going to get elected. That's the only reason our economy is good.
Right, okay. So you think the economy is bad under Harris and that Trump will make it better, do we? Okay, let's find this. Yep. I'm gonna have to go into my sources rather than looking at Google. Give me a second. I gotta go into my bloody source document. Here we go. Oh, that's Bernie Sanders. Oh, actually, while we're talking about the Houthis, I found this. This wasn't even what I was looking for, but Russia provided targeting data for the Houthis as they attacked Western ships in the Red Sea with missiles and drones earlier this year, helping the Iran-backed group assault a major artery for global trade. I don't know how Iran-backed they are at this point, but yeah, Russia did do this specifically to hurt global trade. Come on, where's the goddamn clip? I have far too many sources that just say Trump in the name somewhere. Hold on. Fuck you. I hate when this happens. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Where are you? Where are you? Come on. This is the correct day. I think this is it. Hold on.
For more on where the race stands.
No, that's not the one. God damn it. Ah, whatever. At this point, I don't care. we're just going to talk about the economy. And I was going to show you the graph that the experts put out saying how bad it would be in Trump compared to like a Kamala Harris idea economy, and just fuck it, whatever. What is going on in my chat right now? Yeah, literally, don't be a bigot. No opinion. Usually in my few years of debating lefties, usually intelligent ones, I get them to their inconsistencies before they get banned. The fuck are you talking about? I'm not sure who you're debating, but lefties that are actually like leftists tend to not have too much inconsistencies. We're the only consistent ideology. You do realize that being an economist, like an actual economist, makes you a socialist. Being a historian makes you a socialist. Paying attention to how the world works in reality makes you a socialist. This is factual. This is backed up historically. This is backed up currently. These people are the ones that have inconsistencies.
Hundreds of billions of dollars, and no other.
The kind that I'm a libertarian socialist, a Marxist, a proper, true, actual Marxist is the only. Okay, what claims am I making that you think I need to substantiate? Instead of saying that I'm wrong, how about you tell me what you think I'm wrong about?
It's from China. China had a free ride, but so did many other countries. European Union is taking advantage of us.
Nope. Here we go. Let's see, Pew Research. That'll be nice. Why are you like 15 pages? Your title is not fucking 15 pages. Jesus Christ. I'm not looking through this. So, yes, to be any serious historian or economist, I never said scientist. I said economist and I said historian. Do not put fucking words in my mouth. That pisses me off more than anything. And yes, I do believe that if you have any degree of rational thought, that if you study economics, then you will lead yourself on the path to socialism. If you have any idea of history, then you know that socialism is the only functional system that has not been actually tried in reality, and that every other system that we have put forward has failed. Yeah, and that opinion of your only prospects of employment or a college professor for intro, that's under capitalism, you dipshit. Capitalism is the greater issue. It is the greatest issue of all. Capitalism is the cause of every other issue that we're facing. Fascism is capitalism in decline. Nazis come from fascists, come from fear and disgust, from declining life standards, from straw men and, God damn it, when I can't get the word, scapegoats that are created to take the pressure off the capitalist system. Marxism has never actually been tried. Socialism has never been implemented in the world, ever. It's never been tried. I have no idea what you're pointing to. Like, what is this socialist system that has never been tried? I mean, socialism. That is the system. I don't know why what else do you want from me? Socialism is the system that was never tried. And also, yes, Richard Wolff. Workers owning and controlling the means of production. The government there is no private property. All private property is owned by the state. Cuba is not a socialist country. They're the closest we've ever gotten. Laos and Vietnam and China and the DPRK are not socialist. None of them are. Not a single one of them. You are genuinely stupid if you believe that China and the DPRK are socialists. They're no, not a dictatorship of the proletariat. That is a different kind of socialism. That's more towards Marxist-Leninism like Stalin wants over here. I'm a libertarian socialist. in that the government has no right to tell you what you can do with your personal life and your body, aside from if you're harming others, and that there is no private property. The government owns property. Public property is how everything exists, and that's it. That's the system. You can break it down into simpler bits and pieces. I mean, I'm not an economist, but I have done this before, and I could do it again. I'm not going to waste my breath with it right now. If you want to talk about like the actual functions and how to go about implementing socialism in a way that functions and lasts long, that produces good, positive outcomes, then we can talk about that. But like, let's say Stalin's opinion on how to go about doing that is one that I disagree with. No, I don't think, first of all, I don't know who one of these people is. Let me have a look at them just before I give you an opinion. But no, not necessarily. I don't believe that most of the people that you guys would call socialists or Marxists are probably not. Okay, so Rosa Luxemburg. She seems all right. Now let's see what kind of beliefs that she had. A revolutionary socialist. Nope, I don't agree. This is not correct and does not lead to lasting socialism. David Grieber, let's have a look at you. Noam Chomsky is also not the type of socialist that I would consider a real socialist. I mean, he's not in that, he's in the vicinity. I don't know. I go further to the left of all of these people. Every single one of these people are to the right of me, so you can do with that what you will. I am anti-Lenin as well. I think Engels was a socialist. Well, at least Engels wrote good socialist theory with Marx. I don't know whether or not he was an actual socialist in his life. I have not, like, just so you guys know, I don't read theory like for fun. That shit's not fun for me. A real socialist, me? No, I'm not Trotsky either. Look at Vosh. Vosh is a real socialist. I'm a libertarian socialist. That's what I am, not Trotsky. You're throwing out all of these fucking, Chomsky is a tanky these days. Trotsky is a moron. Who else do we got? Luxemburg was goated. Yeah, she's the one I like. She's probably the closest to a proper socialist out of the ones that you sent me that I had to look up. Again, I don't read all of this theory. I don't go look at historical like different socialists and their ideas because I don't need to. I can learn by existing in today. No one had to teach me socialism for me to come to this conclusion. I read Marx after I had some of these ideas. I've read On Authority in college. It was kind of boring and meant nothing. Vosh is not a pedo, first of all. That's just like not true. I've yet to be shown any evidence that proved that was the case. I've seen lots of, misinformation on the subject. I've seen lots of people say it. I've yet to be shown any actual evidence. And, if he is, that would be really fucking confusing considering none of his rhetoric matches up with that. I don't know. I've seen Vosh talk. I literally have never seen anything that would line up with a pedo because, most pedos are conservatives and I hear them talk. I know what they say. I know what they sound like. We cover them. Vosh doesn't sound like this. No, free markets should never exist. I don't believe in a free market. Vosh is a political commentator. He's not a big commie. He's not a communist. I'm not a communist either. I'm a socialist. He's a libertarian socialist. But you guys are off the charts. You're going one direction than the other. You're telling me to read On Authority, which is just fucking a boring-ass book that meant nothing to me. I don't even really remember much of it because it was stupid. It's not nonsense what I'm saying. You think what I'm saying is nonsense because you are fully in this cult of personality on the right. The duality is false. Free markets need a state to function. I don't believe in free markets. I don't think the government needs to be in control. I think the government needs to be in control of COVID vaccine distribution. I think the government should be in control of all industry. I think it should be publicly owned. Not that, when we say government control, we have to realize that we're also talking about a government that's socialist, not the current existing U.S. government. So, one that would actually function for the people. Yes, I do believe that it would be great to have a publicly owned sector. Vosh has argued, no, that's not what he argued. I've seen the clip, new CIA drone pilot. So what Vosh said in that clip, if you are actually listening to it, was very poorly worded, by the way. He was arguing that child pornography is essentially the same as us using exploitative child slave labor overseas to like make clothes. That these are the same degree of harm to children. He was not saying pro-slavery. He was saying that if you're okay with, you know, children sewing your shirts in Malaysia for 10 cents an hour or no money, then that is exactly the same as being a pedophile, that you're in favor of harming children. That was the argument that he made. And like, you're trying to tell me otherwise, but it's on video. I've watched it. I've seen the clip. I've been on Twitter. I've seen this discourse. I've seen the clip. So, I don't know. Again, failed to give me any actual, like, evidence of the such. Yes, child pornography is inherently exploitative. So is slavery. So is, like, are you telling me that it's not exploitative to have child workers making clothes in, like, southeastern countries? Is that not exploitative to you? Are you insane? And also, I've never, like, there was no CP that ever showed up on a stream. I've also seen the clip, the recent one of the fucking, like, file video, his, what are they called? The file explorer opening on stream and him having to shut stream down because, you know, there was porn on it. I've seen the clip. I've seen the paused video. It's not even child pornography. You're not even saying it right. What it was furry art drawn by an author who had also drawn Lolly. That's what it was. And out of a fucking 10,000 photo folder. Yeah, it's clipping out of context. You have no idea what he actually said or what he actually did or was on the stream. I actually went and looked at this because I saw the discourse on Twitter and I was curious. And everyone that has said that Vosh is a pedophile has either been lying or has failed to provide any actual evidence of the such. If you think that there was CP on stream, link it to me. I want to see it. Not the CP or, you know, it wasn't Lolly. It was fucking furry art drawn by a Lolly artist. I've seen the clip. I've seen the breakdown. I've seen the literal photos of the furry art and then the signature of the artist and then all of the other, like, shit that they have drawn as evidence of what it was. I want to see that there's evidence. I don't want to see the, fuck you. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. Who the fuck do you think you are, coming in here and putting words in my mouth? Coming in here and just spouting lies. I should have kept you banned from the start. Wankers. That's the thing with these people. None of them are, like, they're all disingenuous. None of them will ever actually argue with you on a reality basis, in good faith, because none of them care. That guy was not here because he cared. That guy was here because he wanted to argue. You are genuine in good faith, no opinion. I've seen you before. You've come in here, you've argued. I don't agree with your opinions, but you do believe what you say as far as I've seen. I don't want anyone in here that just says shit they don't believe it. And so I keep the people around that even if I disagree on every fundamental level with what you say, as long as you believe it, I'll let you stay. Oh, I might mute you, I might time you out, but I'm not going to ban you. Only ban the people who have no desire to actually engage. The only reason they want you to commit to a specific type of socialism too, it's because it's the one that they believe in and it's the one that they can twist into whatever framework they want to do. Didn't he say he believed that he's seen there's nothing wrong with it and that there's no proof? I have no idea what you're talking about, Stalin. Like, it's not even that I like Vosh. He's fine. He just is just another political commentator. I agree with him a lot of the time. That's why, honestly, I don't watch Vosh anymore as much as I used to because I agree with him too much. I've yet to see any form of evidence of any of these fucking claims that people have against him because they're not real. They're not real. I've tried to find it because, you know, like, I was watching Vosh streams at a point in time and I had seen these allegations, and as any real, like, good-natured person sees this shit and like, oh, well, I want to make sure that I'm not supporting, you know, a pedophile. So you look into it. Haven't seen anything. American libertarians are not what I mean by libertarian, no opinion. The current libertarians are right-wingers. They're just Republicans that don't want to pay taxes. I don't believe in free markets. When I say libertarian, I mean the classical sense of libertarian, the anarchist-themed, like, socialist libertarians, the original libertarian. And to be fair, Stalin government, you know, did own everything. They just did it badly. That's the issue with Stalin's government. That's the issue with the Soviets, is that they did everything badly. They didn't even go for socialism. They did a state state market economy. Oh, no worries. That's what I mean, though, by the Soviets were not good, Lenin was bad, Stalin was bad, is because they fucked up in how they implemented anything. They didn't produce good outcomes at all. There was some good ideas that came from the Soviet Union, but none of them were implemented well. And that's because of, A, the influence of money, because they still had a market capitalist society. They had a state capitalist society, rather. Who knows? Who knows? And yes, don't worship people online. Don't worship, like, this is all parasocial behavior, Moper. That's what you're talking about. The people who, like, feel the need to worship streamers or people like Donald Trump or other political figures. That's parasocialism. Nope, not Facebook Marketplace transactions either. That's not what I mean by, I'm sorry, that's, again, not a reply to me. What happens when I cheat you or you cheat me? You can't. There's no cheating in a capitalist society. Again, like, you two are arguing on a different level. I don't know why. I don't support a market economy. So why are you arguing about it in my chat? Confusing to me. So the one bit of hope that I want to show you guys, there's a little bit of hope, right? We got some hopium. This week has been kind of good for us in that Donald Trump was being pretty shitty, in that he, had his little Nazi rally, and they pissed off all of the Puerto Ricans. So that might actually win us this election. Oh God, that's loud. And it would be incredibly funny if we won the election specifically because of Puerto Ricans. I have come up with much better than the market, and so has Marx. Obviously the ideas that Marx wrote down would no longer be applicable, considering it's been like more than 100 years, but you can use those ideas and change them a bit to create a better system, which I have explained in detail on this channel on multiple occasions. And you know what? If you come back tomorrow, I'll do it again, because tomorrow's Halloween, and I don't really want to go into politics too much. I just want to have fun. So tomorrow we will be doing whatever the hell you guys want to talk about. Yeah, read the 3 volumes of Capital. You did. Good. Now, apply that to today by changing the bits that don't actually function. Well, yeah, tomorrow's Thursday, isn't it? Well, it is for me. It might be Wednesday for you guys. I'm in Australia. Remember, I'm a day ahead. So tomorrow is Thursday for me. And that's what I mean, is Marx's writing one-to-one cannot be transferred to today's society. But we can take bits and pieces of it and then apply it. What are you talking about? Human needs, like the pyramid? What was it called? Whose pyramid was it? Pyramid of needs and all of that. Something long. God damn it! I know the name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Maslow. Thank you. Yes, like I've seen that. I know the greater versions of that, but like the bigger pyramids. Anyway, I want to save this for tomorrow. No opinion. Come back tomorrow and let's say, I want to go back to some good news for a second for like the 6 people still watching me that didn't leave when we got stunlocked with socialism. And I think be done for the day, because we went through a lot of shit today. Today was not an easy stream. We watched the Nazis again.
We are Puerto Rico.
Oh, but Kamala Harris gave me hope, and I want to end on a hopeful stream. I want to end on, we can actually do this.
And we are Americans.
And we can.
But Donald Trump doesn't see us that way. We remember what he did to us after Hurricane Maria. We were dying by the thousands while he threw paper towels at us.
Yeah, he did.
Like we were a joke. Because he thinks we are garbage.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
We are not your punchline. We know who we are. We are proud Americans, proud Puerto Ricans. And we see who you are. You are racist.
Goddamn right.
You are the one that is garbage. And we know where real garbage belongs.
Excellent ad.
In the trash.
Woo! Excellent ad. Excellent ad. The Puerto Rican community is fucking pissed, guys. Like they are. Yeah, there's 6 million Puerto Ricans in the United States.
The impact these comments are having on a key battleground state with Victor Martinez. He's a radio host for La Mega in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Victor, thank you so much for being with us. You've said that for Puerto Ricanos, these jokes were an October surprise.
First off, we got to make Puerto Rico a state. They won't even lean like partisan left, but we still got to make them a state. We got to make DC a state too. But please, Puerto Rico, save America. I'm begging you.
I wonder what you're hearing from your listeners.
I will tell you a bit more. I have described this as a gift from the gods. I mean, what are the chances that Kamala Harris is at a Puerto Rican restaurant in Philadelphia at the same time?
No, they don't get to vote for profit media.
In the Trump campaign rally.
Not if they don't live in the United States.
This has definitely gotten to the Puerto Rican community in the entire state. I mean, we have about 500,000 Puerto Ricans here in the state of Pennsylvania. Allentown, where I'm at right now, where Trump is going to be tonight, Allentown is about 55% Latino.
It's going to be so funny if Trump loses because of this one comedian's racist joke. I will like cry laughing on stream, I promise you.
And out of that 55%.
Also, yes, make all the territories a state. I agree.
It's Puerto Rican.
Forgot about Guam.
You move to Reading, Pennsylvania, a city with a 69% Latino population, where about 70% it's Puerto Rican. This definitely is going to have an impact.
In Pennsylvania alone is bad for them.
Didn't hear the comments and doesn't know the comedian. What did you make of the response?
My guy, it's your rally.
It's definitely a missed opportunity.
It's your rally.
I heard the most this morning from my audience, and we broadcast our morning show through 5 radio stations in the state. So we have about 250,000 Latinos that listen to us in the state of Pennsylvania. I specifically asked the audience, okay, what about if Trump today all of a sudden decides to apologize, all of a sudden decides to distance himself from the comedian? Would that be okay? Would you take that in consideration? Overwhelmingly, everybody was like, nope, too late. The train has left the station. He could have done it.
As someone who grew up in New Jersey and New York City, don't piss off the Puerto Ricans. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. I promise you, you do not want to do that.
Night, Monday, even this morning, and for him now to say, I don't know the comedian, I didn't even hear the joke. I'm pretty sure by now he heard the joke.
This wasn't even like the worst joke at this rally. It's just the one that's going to have the biggest impact. They said a lot of bad stuff at that rally.
More, my audience is the fact that he's from
the comedian who made the joke is a roast comedian. He's like part of that group of like 3 or 4 comedians who have nothing else to do other than go make fun of people because they're not funny enough to go do regular stand-up. They can only do roast stand-up. To be fair, I'm not in favor of like I liked Jon Stewart's coverage of this. If any of you saw The Daily Show, Jon Stewart watched the clip and then he said, like, obviously this is bad, but I find this guy kind of funny. Like, this was funny to me. He is racist as fuck, but comedy, it should not be censored. You can make a racist joke. It's the intention behind it. It's the context around it. It's the way it lands. It's the way you say it. It is whether the outcomes of it impact people badly, whether it's obviously a joke, whether it's parody, satire. There are all of this nuance. In that case, that guy was just saying racist shit to a crowd of Nazis to rile them up and to have them support the new supreme leader. That was bad. However, like, a racist joke in a different context doesn't always have to be that bad, not cancel them bad. We should ease up on comedy. I've always been like in favor of that. Like, don't stick to like, oh, this guy made a joke and it was me. But like, there are levels of it, you know? There are levels of whether it's okay, and it depends, again, on context, on the situation, on who it's hurting, if it's hurting anybody is really the main issue. There is so much more to this. This joke wasn't even that bad on its own. In a vacuum, no one would have cared about it. But any, you know, Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden, big fucking deal. Huge difference in context.
New Yorker. So a lot of people here in the Lehigh Valley are from New York. And what I heard from my audience was, wait a minute, he's from New York. He knows us. The Puerto Rican parade goes right in front of his building every year.
And again, racism is bad. Don't make me like have to underline this point. It's not like okay to be racist, but comedy does involve insulting people on occasion. It's how you go about doing it.
Why would he allow somebody in New York City, a place with such a rich Puerto Rican history, with over 1 million Puerto Ricans, why would he allow someone in New York City to say something like that about Puerto Rico?
Because he believes it.
I'm wondering, Victor, his campaign is
it's his
going
rally.
to feature Zoraida Buxo, the shadow senator from Puerto Rico. We've heard reports that other prominent Puerto Ricans are going to be joining him. What do you think about that? What do you know about who else might be going there?
I haven't heard of anyone else being there.
True for profit media. It is financially profitable to be racist. I mean, look at Twitter. That's kind of their entire business model.
It's all about number one. Until Donald Trump doesn't himself acknowledge the fact that this was wrong, that this is unacceptable, that we will not tolerate this, I don't think none of that matter. He can bring anybody he wants.
Never going to happen.
And I've heard it from my audience. It's too late now. He needed to say something right away that night or the day before or the day after, and he hasn't done it. By now, he can bring anybody he wants from Puerto Rico, and it's not going to make a difference.
I wanted to get your response, Victor, to something that I've heard from several Latinos in politics since this story broke, one of them with ties with family in Puerto Rico, suggesting that this incident likely won't have an impact on the presidential race because Latinos broadly aren't easily offended or repulsed by this kind of commentary.
Oh, this is going to affect the race.
Because there's polling out there from reputable...
And it's not Trump's handlers fuming. It's the like Nazi establishment fuming. This had nothing to do with Trump's decision. Trump didn't decide to have that comedian up on the stage. I mean, maybe he had a hand in it, but it's not like he sits there and plans all of the guests for his rallies. He adds in like Hulk Hogan would have been like, all right, I want him there. But the rest of them are made by their establishment, the Heritage Foundation, most likely.
Outlets that indicate that most Latinos, even those that are born outside the United States, do not believe that Trump's rhetoric when it comes to immigration applies to them. What do you think?
Listen, I don't know who that person is, but I tell you right now, I'm talking to my audience for the last 2 days, and Puerto Ricans are a very proud people. And once you offend our island, our beautiful island in the Caribbean, you are messing with us as a whole.
It's not experiment failed. It's experiment tampered with by Nazis and foreign powers.
I am telling you, I'll give you one example.
I suppose it rubs off on them too.
A Puerto Rican Republican who already voted for Trump. He called the radio show and said, I already voted for Trump on mailing ballots. I regret it. I am so sorry that I already voted for him. But you know what I'm doing?
That's a big deal.
I'm calling my families and friends to tell them not to vote for Trump.
This is a big deal.
Member from right here from Allentown who's telling me that he already voted for Trump. He's regretting.
I disagree with your point there for profit media.
It after what happened.
You can keep,
Sunday,
having your conversation. I just disagree.
Trying to influence other people not to vote for him. They hurt our pride, and I'm telling you, if you know anything about Puerto Ricans, is that you don't mess with our island or our flag. Those are sacred.
Don't piss off the Puerto Ricans. I'm telling you, you don't want to piss off the Puerto Ricans. It's not good. It's not going to end well for you.
Danny, I know you've had a chance today to be just talking to voters in the immediate aftermath of it to get their reaction. What are they telling you?
Aaron, quite frankly, we spoke to a lot of Puerto Ricans here in Philadelphia today, and they told me that they're
True,
mad,
Stalin.
they're frustrated. Many of them told me that they took these remarks personally. And listen, Aaron, we're in a Democratic city speaking with a normally Democratic coalition, so it's not that surprising we'd find some outrage. But I was surprised at the level of outrage that we really did see, because we spoke to not only Democrats, we also spoke to an undecided Puerto Rican voter, also a Puerto Rican voter who already voted for Trump, and they told me their frustration with these remarks.
That's another one. Again, these are huge, like, points. This is not small.
Campaign wasted little time Monday morning.
They did us a favor. They woke up. They woke up. They woke us up. They woke us up.
Assembling a host of
Politics is democratic, but politics being influenced by money is not, which is why we need to remove money from politics, because money is the driving factor in corruption and in the undemocratic features of the United States. I like America. I like the ideals of America. I just like the actual good parts, not the bad parts. We can take the bad parts, put them in the bin, and build on the good parts and make it better. It's not hard. This is how countries have worked for the entire length of their time. You take the parts that don't work, times change, people grow, people evolve, we learn things, and then we change the things that don't work and make them better. We get rid of them, add new things that are better, that work, and then we move on. That's just how society works. The only issue here is that money in the middle is stopping it. I mean, I'd agree if, like, I'd like if you change it to something else, just not because, like, I disagree with it and that's fine. I don't really care. It's more, doesn't necessarily look good in my chat log, eh? That's a purely personal opinion, though. I'm going to be real with you. That is for my own financial and social benefit. If you change your name, me telling you that I would like that. That's why. There's no like functional reason that it really matters.
Surrogates in Philadelphia.
Yeah, bad branding.
Angry, and they turned that anger into vote.
Pennsylvania has more than 480,000 residents of Puerto Rican descent, according to 2022 data from the U.S. Census Bureau. That's the most out of any of the battleground states.
Remember, when we were talking about Michigan and the DNC, we were worried about 100,000 undecideds that were not going to vote for Kamala Harris because she didn't, bring up Palestine. She didn't bring up a Palestinian on stage during the DNC. That was 100,000 undecided voters. This is 480,000 pissed off Puerto Ricans.
And the Philadelphia metro area is among the top regions with Puerto Ricans.
Because for-profit media, you spending your money and nobody else being able to tell you how to spend it it's your personal freedom, sure, but you having the means of production is undemocratic and takes away the freedoms of others below you, of the proletariat. If you're a business owner, then you are oppressing the people who work for you by definition, unless you, share every part of the business from ownership to profit to, manufacturing to planning. All of it should be within that company. Everyone that works there should own equal amounts of that company. That is the only way to make it democratic. Everyone should make equal amounts of money. Again, there are 3 people in America right now that own more wealth than half of the country. It should be illegal to be a billionaire, first of all, just straight off the bat. Like, zero chance. Yes, exactly, Mopur. My bills tell me how to spend my money. And so if you have the money to, start a business, you get to decide what to do with your time and your money more so than the average person does. No, they can't deserve it. No one can ever be a billionaire ethically. It should be illegal. Unless every single other human is also a billionaire, it is unethical.
Outside of New York and Florida. Philadelphia City Council member and Harris supporter Ketsi Lozada knew she had to speak up after last night.
I think that what folks don't realize is that
who makes those business decisions should be chosen by the workers of the company. It's fine to have managers and owners of a company, not owners, but like leaders of a company. But those leaders and those managers, the people who make those decisions, should be voted on by people who work for the company.
When Puerto Ricans get angry, we turn into action mode very quickly.
Goddamn right they do.
Around Philly's largely Puerto Rican Fair Hill neighborhood, voters we spoke with had heard the comments.
Él no sabe lo que está hablando. Puerto Rico es una isla bella
No, they would not deserve that for-profit media. You don't deserve money for helping humanity. You don't deserve to be better off and above other humans because you're helping humanity. You should just be doing it to help humanity. And again, under a socialist system, you could create you could make the invention and then the government funds it. Exactly. You don't need anything like the sort of companies and corporations and the business structures and the ownership that we have now. It is fundamentally undemocratic. It is fundamentally oppressive towards the proletariat, towards the labor class, and it fundamentally benefits the capital class more than anybody else every time. We don't need a profit incentive. We genuinely do not need a profit incentive. In a socialist society, people do things because they want to do things. Do you think smart people would work as hard if they did not have a prospect to become billionaires? Yes, I do. Because people don't work for money. People work because they want to. People work because they have to now. But if you took away the systems in which we need money to survive, then people would work because they want to, not because they have to. People create because they want to. People make art because no one's making art because they want money. No one is becoming a PhD in viral epidemiology for money. They work for money to be able to pay their bills, not to be rich or billionaires. That's not why people get a job. The only people that start working with the intention of only being a billionaire are people that are already either incredibly rich or are stupid. Yes, you work because you need money to support your family. Now imagine if you did not need money to support your family anymore. Imagine that there was a universal living wage, for example, that I support, that the government gave you enough money just for existing to support your family. You don't have to work to do that. You would still want to work, and you would still do so because work is fulfilling. What are you going to do otherwise? Sit at home all day? You're going to be bored. You can't, humans don't do this. Humans, you would have a good vacation, sure. You take a month off, 2 weeks off, and then you would want to go back to work. And now imagine if you didn't need money to do these things for profit media. That's my point, is you don't need money to do these things in a socialist system. The concept of money being the necessary feature for you to be able to do things is a capitalist feature of their system. That's the problem. Also, I don't even think that the Soviets did a good job at this either. I think that we could do a very good job of setting up a system in which you don't need to work to live. You can work for fun. You work because you want to. You would see many people change their industry, for example. You would see people go and do what I do because they feel like it and because they don't need money to do so. You would see people go do art. You would see people make more music because they have the ability to expressively create rather than having to work to survive. That's only because that's the system that you were raised in, and that's because you don't know anything else for profit media. You don't need the profit incentive to be a functional, productive member of society. I want to not work because humans are lazy. That's not true. You're being essentialist. Humans are not innately lazy. In fact, humans innately, if anything, are the opposite of lazy. Remember how pissed people got during COVID because all they could do is sit home? No, that's not true. No, but not nobody. Everyone would still work. No one would need to work. That's the difference. You people assume that if you got rid of the profit incentive, that nobody would want to work. This is just this is not factually substantiated by anything. Your problem is you need money and a higher wage. Yes, you need higher wages. You would have higher wages under a socialist system. Everyone still works for profit media. You're not listening to me. Everyone still works. No one works because they have to. People work because they want to. There is no human alive that could sit and not work ever again. Why not? Why, if you were working on something that you wanted to, something that you enjoyed, like if you picked a job that you desire to do, you would work hard. I am working hard. I don't need to do this to survive right now, but I like doing this. This is fun. I sit here for 5 hours and I talk to you guys because I have fun doing it. Yeah, and this is the system that you live in. Imagine if you had the ability to do that when you wanted to, and you didn't have to jam it into the only day that you're not working. Imagine if you were able to, I don't know, go do a job that you wanted. Maybe you could be a game dev just because you felt like it. Maybe the government could subsidize your education. Like, that's my point, is we don't need a profit incentive for people to work. We just need people to work because they want to work. You would work. How long could you go with no job without getting bored? How long did you go during COVID lockdowns before you were antsy and wanted to leave your house? Nobody would sit there and not work. There is someone who will do literally every job that exists. That's because we've never had socialist systems put in place, no opinion. Ever. Not properly, not ones that work. And obviously, socialist experiments don't work well under capitalist economies anyway. Capitalist economies produce higher wages? Show me the fucking evidence. Wages haven't gone up in decades. What capitalist economy is producing higher wages? Look at the EU, where the average income, the average like gross domestic income for any household in the UK is as bad as it is in Mississippi. What are you talking about the UK, the US? The US, you think that average like wages are going up in the US? Until the 70s, yeah, until before Reagan. Before Reagan, yes. And then afterward, what happened? You're talking about now. Wages are going up now? I'm sorry, but the federal minimum wage is still $7.25 an hour. And everyone in America who works minimum wage is still getting a starvation wage. Real wages are in decline. Exactly. I'm looking for the graph. And I mentioned Maslow. That's 2011. I want something that's more. Here we go. So, real wages. Here we go. This is real wages. So first off, slight decline, not a big decline. Pretty fucking standard though. Very small, slight increases in real wages, not minimum wage, not anywhere enough to keep in pace with like inflation at all. And then now we have a decrease. So yes, the US is not producing higher wages. I don't know where you got that idea from. It's just not true. Anyway, let's finish this off. So obviously Puerto Ricans are pissed, but also we're seeing early voting numbers exploding.
40% of all active voters.
I think automation is terrible. I think that like we can have some So actually, no, I don't think automation is terrible. In fact, I think automation is good, but you need redundancies that keep the people around. Like you can use automation to increase productivity, but you need to keep the workers that are already there in their jobs. You can't replace workers with automation. Keep them at a wage level that is comparable to a lack of automation, and then also use them as a redundancy. We need people working. We don't need machines doing all the work. Well, because then you don't get paid, because we live in a capitalist system. If the machines do all the work, then you're not getting any money, because you're the laborer. That's what they want AI for. They want to get rid of your job so they don't have to pay you. Increasing by 0.565 is still an increase. Okay, sure. Tiniest little increase ever. I am a proponent of universal basic income, but we're not, that wasn't a prerequisite to what you said. You said, what do you think about automation basically getting rid of tons of jobs? Yeah, this shit's dumb. I'm over it. You guys don't understand economics.
In that battleground state have already cast a ballot. That announcement comes from the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, yesterday. Nearly 3 million Georgians have already cast ballots, either in person or absentee.
That was really the only part of this I wanted to see. 3 million voters have already voted early in Georgia. This is a huge increase. Like, it's more than a million. What is it?
Blows away the past record set in 2020.
There we go. That's insane. Now, obviously, there is a lot more Republicans that are doing mail-in voting this time around, and that is affecting this, but this is also Democrats. So, again, like, we're going to find out. 6 more days, we'll find out. But the pissing off of the Puerto Ricans gives me hope. You can't keep looking at minimum wage as a metric. It is a metric. It's the thing. Exactly. Texture's plunky. Thank you. It is a metric. And we also were looking at real wages. We weren't looking at the minimum wage. We were looking at real wages. I think being graphically imaginative is not an argument. Give me some evidence where socialist economies... We don't have any socialist economies. They've never been implemented. I can't show you evidence for something that hasn't been implemented. It's never been tried. And automation can be done without universal income. It just would be bad. The way that you would do it would be to add redundancies to the automation and have the workers both keep their job and still do some of the work while there's automation. They would still get the same amount of wages as if there was no automation. And then if machines break down, A, we have the redundancies, but B, we keep people in the working population, which is important. Thanks, Texture Plunky. Look, I just want to finish this video. Let's finish this video, and then, what the fuck are you talking about? Islam was never tried? True free markets are never tried? What the fuck are you talking about? First of all, socialism and communism were never properly implemented. I didn't say they were never tried. I said they were never... So first of all, communism was never properly implemented. Socialism has never been tried to be implemented. Free markets don't exist because they're stupid. And what do you mean Islam was never tried? Where the hell are you getting that idea from? What is this incoherent belief? Automate 75% of the jobs and everyone works jobs that they want. Under our current system, Stalin, if you did that, there would be no jobs for the people who want to do jobs that they want. I am very much in favor of making the billionaires pay for universal basic income. Well, under socialism, I suppose you could do that. That sounds doable. It's, again, how it's done. We talk about all of these different ideologies and these processes and these economic systems, but it's not just about the system itself. It's not about the ideology or the words that we're using. It's about how they're implemented in reality. I'm telling you that these are the sayings of all the ideologies that debate all these people. Well, all of those people are fucking morons. First of all, communism has never actually existed on this planet. It has not. The the Communist Party of China, not communist. The North Koreans, not communist. The Russians, not communist. Socialism, the closest we've ever gotten is Cuba, but never actually tried. True free markets are fucking stupid, and Islam is a global religion with more than 1 billion people, so I don't know who's arguing that Islam was never tried. Well, they were primitive, I guess, attempts at communism, but also shrouded in ideologies and personal profit. Again, that's why the attempts at implementing communism did fail, because they weren't true attempts at implementing communism. There were still people who wanted to profit, personally or financially, at the very top. We talked about this earlier. Again, Lenin had good ideas, but then he fucked up by getting corrupted by power. I mean, some of his ideas were good. I didn't agree with every one of his ideas. Again, I don't believe that MLs are, correct or anything. It's just never been actually implemented. The closest we've ever gotten to was Cuba. I don't even think this is a utopian ideology. I'm not a utopian socialist. That's a different thing. I'm a libertarian socialist. No, don't go back to human nature. You guys are essentializing again. There is no human nature in ideology and implementing financial fucking systems. That's just never, that's not how it works. We don't have innate desires to create political and economic systems. That's stupid. But human nature is the argument that the right uses. All right? There is no human nature. It is based off of the material conditions in which you live and how you interact with the world around you. That is how we create our mindsets. That's how we create our ideologies. And that is how we acknowledge the ideologies of others and how ours fit together. No. People are focused on a whole number of different things. You can't generalize 8 billion people into a single category. You can't. You cannot do that. Some people are focused on their own interests. Some people are focused on social interests. Some people are in between. Some people are thinking about incoherent nonsense. And some people are being brainwashed by, like, the media. Yeah, socialism isn't about utopia at all. Socialism is not even, like, the end goal. It's a step. Well, yeah, typical leftist debate. This is what I was saying earlier. We can never get anything done because the left keeps arguing with itself over semantics that don't actually matter, when the biggest issue right now is the literal fucking Nazis. The Fourth Reich in 6 days might be a thing. And we're arguing about whether the correct form of, like, the correct way to refer to socialism, or that you idiots thinking that, like, me saying that socialism has never been tried is the exact same as some idiot thinking that the Soviet Union was communist or that Mao was good. Like, this is not the same, and we're on such a different level of reality now that we're so far off what's important. None of this matters right now. You know what does matter right now? This does.
1939, you know, they started to say, well, in 1939, the Nazis used Madison Square Garden. Well, and you know what? But can you imagine that? In 1939, the Nazis, they were. But how terrible to say, right? Because, you know, they've used Madison Square Garden many times. Many people have used it.
Yes, but not everyone has held a literal fucking Nazi rally there. This is the issue, guys. This is our #1 priority. This guy cannot get in. And then everything afterward, then we can start trying to make positive change. Right now, it's defense.
But nobody's ever had a crowd like that. And I tell you what, right now, nobody's ever had love like that. That was love in the room.
Yeah, love. That was what it was. It was a love fest. Of course. Of course. He does look extra old today. He had very low energy there. Yeah, extremist talk to be sure. Obviously, I'm in favor of healthcare, free housing, basic income. Those are all good things, but we gotta work towards that, you know? What? Like, I don't know. Pure democracy always felt. Where are you getting this from? Like, I'm not going to get into the anti-democratic debate. Not today, okay? If you guys want to debate democracy, wait fucking 3 months and then do it, okay? Please, just wait until after January 21st to debate democracy. I don't want that conversation happening. I know you guys are side-chatting. Just don't side-chat about the benefits or the downsides of democracy right now, okay? Yeah, sniffing that good glue. Okay, so, that's about it for today. Tomorrow, I'm going to come on. It's Halloween for me because, you know, I live in Australia, so it's going to be Thursday. I'm going to be wearing my costume. We're going to have a bit more of a chill stream in that I'm not going to prepare things to talk about. I mean, obviously, there's news that happens every day, and we'll cover some of the big stuff, but I want tomorrow to be more, let's just dip, like, we can have these kind of conversations without being sidetracked by the actual stream that I'm trying to do. This can be the stream. And you guys can throw in some questions, and you guys can, I don't know, engage. And if you're voting for Trump, then you're voting for the Nazis, no opinion. So, you know, that kind of makes you a Nazi here. You understand this, right? By voting for the Nazi, you are, well, so you are supporting the Nazi. You might not be a Nazi, internally. But you're supporting them. Literally, you're actively supporting them. The guys who want to take women's right to vote away, we saw today. The guys who think that that you should be arrested if you have a miscarriage. The guys that want to go even worse on Gaza. The guys that literally want to, why do you think that voting for Trump is a good idea? Why do you think that that's helpful? Is it because you're rich and you want the tax cut, or is there a different reason? I'm curious. Before I end this, I'm genuinely curious. Tell me why. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? No, I don't think that they think it's a joke. I think they have a real... I need a bastard on the international scene. What does that mean? Explain your... And who are the bad people? Who's the bad people that we're dealing with? Are you talking about Russia or China? The people that, Donald Trump is really cozy with? How about Israel? Also really cozy with. Donald Trump literally wants to give Ukraine to Putin. Xi is not dangerous right now. America is dealing fine with China. We just need to make our chip factory in America, and then that's it. And yeah, he bends over for literally every foreign leader he meets. The only thing that Trump is the only person that Trump, on that list of 3 that you've given me, that Trump is strong about is Iran, where he wants to start a war with Iran, where we will get fucked up. We'll win that war. We're America. But Iran is 3 times the size of Afghanistan, where we spent 20 years getting fucked around by insurgents in caves, whereas Iran has a real military and is entirely mountains. Yeah, why do you think that, this is in any way? Okay, yeah, Trump is an empty shell. It's his advisors that are also bought by the Russians. We've seen significant evidence of the fact that the Russians are on board with the Republicans. So why would you think that if Trump is the puppet, then the people behind him are not also going to do the same thing? This is literally so stupid. You are incredibly stupid right now. I can't get over how dumb you are. Trump will do literally nothing to benefit any of the conditions that you've set forward, any of the desires that you have. You want Putin to win Ukraine, then you vote for Trump. You want Israel to continue its genocide and take Lebanon and then possibly parts of Syria, then Trump is your guy. You want a war with Iran where tens of thousands of American soldiers are likely to die and we're going to get stuck for decades? Then sure, vote for Donald Trump and start a war with Iran. Literally. And it's not even Donald Trump, Moper, because we've said Donald Trump is the puppet. It's the people behind him. The people behind him are also very much in favor of this. Elon Musk has been having private phone calls with fucking Putin for years. So you want a war with Iran. That's why. You want a war with Iran because you think that benefits America. How? Well, I'm sorry, that's what you're going to get with Donald Trump. You're going to get a war. Donald Trump is the one that's been telling Netanyahu to bomb the nuclear facilities of Iran. You think that doesn't draw America into a war? Are you insane? You think that Israel will go to war with Iran without us? They're trying to drag us into a war. Please, no opinion. Go back and watch, the last 3 or 4 streams that I did. I go into all of this multiple times. It's insane that there are still people who think that Donald Trump will, be less warlike? That he will not support the dictators? Well, fuck American imperial interests. That's not my goal. The only, American imperial interest that I give a shit about is the maintenance of NATO, which Donald Trump hates NATO and wants to take apart. Oh yeah, there's that too. Donald Trump wants to dismantle NATO. You think that's good for America? No opinion? He's been saying that since the last time he was president too. It's not even a new thing. Here's your homework. Think of reasons why you want to vote for Donald Trump and then come actually debate me tomorrow on them. Argue with me in full detail. I debated Palestinians and they think that Trump is better because he will destroy the U.S. and then the U.S. will be, okay, so that's not going to happen though. That's incredibly stupid. Palestinians who think that Trump is going to destroy the U.S. think that he's going to dismantle the U.S. until it's non-functional. He's going to destroy the U.S. and make it the Fourth Reich. As if there's nothing that comes after the destruction. There's no building. There's no plan, as if, you know? It's not like they put a 900-page document out there planning one by one by one how they're going to do it step by step. Military wars in the globe are now in a stalemate. We're entering a political settlement now, and Trump was shameless enough to demand the most. I disagree entirely. Entirely disagree. 100%. I won't be around Friday. You can come, debate with me next week then. They think that chaos is better because how does this stop Israel to do even worse? This is what I do not get. It doesn't. That's the thing. It's stupid. It does not stop Israel. The people who think that Donald Trump is going to make Israel have less of an impact are insane. No, I'm taking this weekend off, no opinion, because the election's next week, and I've been streaming every day this week. I need to do laundry and, I don't know, fix my back pain before the stress of dealing with the possible Fourth Reich next week. Anyway, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. And go vote for Kamala Harris. Oh, actually, before I go, ! PV. Go vote for Kamala Harris, and otherwise go phone bank, go canvassing, go try and make a positive change in the U.S. government from the bottom up, which is the only way that we will ever make real, sustainable, positive change. Oh, you'll vouch for me with Donald, huh? It's okay. I'm fine. They can't come get me and put me in the camps for a couple years. Australia is still a few years behind on that. But you guys are fucked if Trump wins. Sorry. Every single one of you talking about Marxism in here, you're going straight to the camps.